because I don't know how to say this without sounding like a complete and utter asshole, but if you get enough women in that community coming in that don't game and they're just there to look cute in front of a camera and that's all they're good at, they're not gamers, they just claim they are, it starts to create this drama-esque, girly group, and you get the thirsty boys coming in, and then it starts to get very um, aggressive. Like just that interview I had with Azalea, I got hate mail from people
Oh my
over
goodness.
nothing.
And speaking of which, let's say hi to everybody here.
Yo,
Talking about the Halo community, and shout out because all of you need to chill the fuck out. The game's not that bad. Come meet me in Battlefield 2042 and then complain to me about fucking Halo, okay? You guys win this. You win over Call of Duty and you win over Battlefield. Take your fucking victory and be happy that you have a
right.
company that somewhat gives a shit still. Cuz we're all fucked. Life is bleak. Welcome to the channel. Uh,
Exactly.
we were just talking about Christmas, Squirrel. If you
Mhm.
guys don't know, I'm a villain, so I hate the holidays. I fucking hate Christmas
Shh,
with a
how dare you?
passion. Not the I hate Christmas
Mm.
because of representation and inclusion. I hate Christmas because I have grown up in a time of corporatism, and I hate the misunderstanding of what the Christmas spirit is. But I can
Mhm.
tell you, I watched Krampus today. The Not the terrible made for TV movies, the
Uh,
2015 one with Adam Scott. It's one of my favorites to watch during the holiday season. I'm like, yes, please eat all the shoppers.
I think
Um,
that's fair. Kind of
yeah,
crunchy. Hello to the
fuck
chat.
them. So let's go down the line and say hi to everyone. Geekicidal Tendencies coming in for chat number 2. Thank you so much, Geek. If you guys didn't know, I had a Dexter talk. Geekicidal Tendencies is a Dexter fan too. Kicked some great theories. We had a good time. If you're watching at another time and checking me out, go check that video out because we do spoil some things, but we try not to give too much away. We spoil the shit out of episode number 5. But go check it out. What's up, bitchy? I'm not gonna say that because you're in the other room.
Biatch! See, but I love the unicorn. She's my favorite unicorn.
Yeah, she's very magical. Boy,
And
that
then
sounds
the
wrong
lovely
coming from me.
Sherry.
The lovely Sherry. Hello, lovely Sherry. Good to see you. Killy Chow, my favorite
Killy
Chow.
cow.
I actually saw Killy Chow over in my brother from Asgard's late night.
Ah.
No hate there. We love Loki here on the channel. Loki, if you're up late, bro, you can hang in the Phantom Zone. Okay? You son of a bitch. He'll get that. come, come, come back. Come from Asgard and visit a brother over in Phantom Zone. We love having you over here. I believe he started the infamous Pine Anal, so special place in the Phantom Zone. God, we have low standards.
But
Uh,
no, it's all come together now. See?
it
One big
has.
happy family, incestuously, but it's there.
It's the holiday season.
Oh my
Plague.
god.
Oh God. Oh, we're getting dark tonight.
uh,
Plague is Queen. What's up? KH, the beautiful, lovely KH. Good to see you.
oh,
Rose
that's our
Matter.
favorite Karen. How dare you? And then
Yes.
Shalena, our favorite Planet Q's queen. The only Planet
Yes.
Q queen.
The only Planet Q's Queen that I believe we have. And of course, the ever lovely and ever spicy Janie Davis. Always love having
Oh,
Janie Davis
hi
here.
Janie. And Rose. Hi Rose. Rose always sends me
Yes.
awesome pictures.
I love I especially have grown to appreciate opposing sides of a discussion with Miss Janie. Because she always brings points, and I just wanted to start off by saying thank you everybody, sincerely from the bottom of my heart. As we're getting closer to the end of the year, you guys have really helped my channel grow quite a bit,
Hmm.
and I appreciate all of the support, and I guess I'm going. Oh, I even got love from South Philly. Who knew? From cousin
Cousin Polly.
Polly. Yeah, don't mess with cousin Polly. Okay, forget about it.
Hello, cousin Polly.
Fucking cousin Paulie. You don't want to mess with that guy. Anyways, uh, though, I guess my Christmas message to everyone, uh, from here in the Phantom Zone from a villain. Thank you very much. This has been a crazy, wild year. Good morning, Christine.
Great,
I
Christine.
never thought I would be here. Squirrel, honestly, probably never thought we'd be here.
Dude, even with all the little hiatuses, to take care of my squirrel stuff. But even then, like, yeah, I was like, oh, I'll be back because I know we'll all be here doing stuff, even if it's just a couple of us sometimes, or people have to pop in later.
Yeah, it's really grown to a thing where we got a really great, almost like a family here, and it's really cool to see this grow and everybody has fun on Fridays. And a special, the bear cannot be here tonight, so as a little special thing, because I almost feel naked without my co-host,
Mhm.
commander and chief. That's why the squirrel's here to still keep me in line. Someone's got to watch me. Okay.
I was told. I was told by many people I have to come over and be like, "Is everything okay, Zod?" And meanwhile, there's this mild meltdown going on because something will trigger him, and that'll be the end of it. You'll see
Then
smoke
we'll
from the
never
spot
get
of
on
YouTube.
to any of the other topics.
Yep.
So me and PB are going to do a late night talks tomorrow, and then we have a cheese in it on Sunday. He'll be doing his show, which is quite liberating, because
Mhm.
I'm under such stringent rules. Did I tell you when I first posted my stream for Dexter? I used the promo, right? The
Mhm.
picture, it looked all cool and it had new blood on the road. And I forgot to really look at the picture because it said Showtime on the corner and the little trademark bullshit. And they pulled the whole fucking
I
stream
saw that.
down for that
And
picture,
that was a
Squirrel.
screen cap, right? That wasn't
Yep.
video. That's okay, whatever. You know what? Fuck you, YouTube. There you go. Screen
And
cap that.
and the fucking hilarious part is Showtime pulled it off, and I was fucking giving a glowing review to their show.
Give them a glowing review. You know what you should do next time is do a review of them pulling your video down or making a copyright claim. Do a review of their copyright claim.
Next time, yes, next time I will, because this is it's getting to a point here on YouTube, if you guys don't know the situation, where it is fucking impossible. If you notice, the reviews have changed to people showing their faces and stuff. It's getting harder and harder as for us as reviewers to do clips or anything,
Mhm.
because of these trademark things. Some of my favorite content creators who are in the millions are now running into issues where they can't put out a video for like a week because every time they put the video up, it gets claimed and they have to rework it or sometimes write to the company. So it's getting fucking ridiculous. But yes, I'm going to talk on that.
Mm.
Cowboy Bebop got canceled. Now,
Is this
here's
the
my
live action crap that they had?
Squirrel. I'm going to be honest with you. I was in that crazy minority where I actually didn't mind it.
Dude, I
I
couldn't
was
get it.
arguing with people like,
I
and
couldn't
I'm a
get there.
fan.
I
I
know.
I love the original. I got the fucking Blu-ray box set when it came out. I have the movie. I have the fucking soundtrack, the OST of it downloaded. Um, Bitchy knows I love jazz. Um, and I disagree with people. I'm sorry, I will never agree with them. I think that there are some hills that are worth dying on. I think that they didn't really disrespect it in the way that people feel like. I don't think people didn't go into that show with an open mind because I knew from the first episode I was going to like it. It was a direct recreation and live action of the first episode. And I'm
And that
not going to lie,
and Sherry's
when
making a valid point. Hello, Billie Jean. She popped in. Hello. Sherry, the lovely Sherry says, if you followed the comics, you'd be mad about the live action series. Right. That's very, 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 very true. I've heard that. I watched some of it and I just didn't care for it. I was like, okay, they're just doing a photocopy of the animated thing to a degree.
but that's wrong, Sherry. Cowboy Bebop doesn't have the comics. The anime actually was first. the manga followed the anime, there was never source material besides the Japanese animation. So technically, it was always in the form of media. That's why I don't have an issue. I think I saw Full Metal Alchemist get fucking butchered. I saw Death Note raped over a table. Um, this could have went a lot worse. Anybody remember Dragon Ball Evolution? No? There's a reason. It's considered one of the worst, not just anime adaptation movies, but movies in general.
Mhm.
It was fucking terrible. So I've seen worse adaptations, and I gotta say, Netflix could have did a hell of a lot worse with the show. Um, I don't know, and maybe it's just me, Squirrel, but I did feel a little bit of the spirit of it. It didn't feel like,
I don't
you
know.
know how you watch the shows and it feels like they're just shitting on the material? It didn't feel
They were
as much as
trying.
yeah, they were trying, and I feel like they just didn't get it, you know? Didn't get the point of certain episodes, which is why they came out the way they did. It's like they are fans, they understand the characters, but they didn't get the nuance of the story, and that was my issue. Yeah, Double Dragon was fucking atrocious. Oh my god. And Avatar: The Last Ember, Janie Davis, we're both still recovering from that. I love you, M. Night, but don't ever fucking touch another property like that again. Good God, man, that was a shit show.
Oh,
Um,
wanted to
uh,
pop in real quick. Christine, I'm gonna check on Twitter for that. I apologize. Some of my tweets get really, really like what do you call it? Dogpiled, so I will miss being tagged and stuff at times. So I'll check. I apologize.
and
Um,
lovely Sherry, you have very good points. And look, you know, we're always like eye to eye on these things, but this is one where I'll disagree. John Cho did a fantastic job. To me, age doesn't matter. It's whether or not you can play the character. Everyone who argues age, how many movies do we have where we have 30-year-olds playing high schoolers and they believe that they're high schoolers? Fucking look at Stargirl on the CW. She's 20 something, but she doesn't look it.
I'm gonna be
TV.
completely real when I say this. I am not sold on John Cho at all. At all.
I
I'm
love
just
John
not
Cho.
sold on him. I'm just not. I'm just not. I don't know what it is. I just can't get sold on the guy. I don't know what he's selling, but I don't like it. I just
I
don't.
feel like you don't like Asians, and you're not a Zack
I am
Snyder
not
fan.
spreading any Asian hate whatsoever. I like my movies, but I just don't like John Cho. I just don't know what it is about him. I don't know. He just I don't know. I don't know.
John
You have
Cho
some actor.
reminds me of me if I was Asian.
See, that's part of it. No kidding.
Fair
That's so
enough.
mean. Oh no, I don't mean it like that.
No,
But
no, I was gonna say I was waiting for that because she was like, yeah, that explains
oh,
a lot. I
see, I
work with
love
the
Sherry.
fucker
She's like,
enough.
"Hey, I'm Asian." Poor Sherry. Hi, Ancient One. He's popped into chat. Hello, Ancient One. Sorry, I'm scrolling, just trying to keep up on little comments and stuff. But uh, good lord, good lord. Yeah,
And
okay.
hey,
I think I'm
Billie
up to par.
Jean. So yeah, let's get started with the bullshit because you know I'm gonna rant right away.
Mm,
First off, I had a very interesting discussion on Twitter. I don't know if you saw that thread with me and PB in the world's longest thread. We got into
dude,
it with someone.
I saw that, and part of me went, "Nope, not today. I'm not doing it." All I saw was the aftermath, and I enjoyed that immensely. So I was like, "Ah, yes."
I think people are confused. And look, you cannot argue with me about this man's guilt anymore. I'm gonna read some bullshit today, some more bullshit, but I'm sorry. This whole notion that people and this is a common defense that I hear is that giving Alec Baldwin a pass. I don't understand it because in other certain situations, people would be all on his case. I don't know what kind of fucking voodoo magic Baldwin has, but he seems to out of nowhere get sympathy from people, and I don't fucking understand it.
Manipulator.
He pulled the hammer back.
Oh my
I
god.
was
I was
arguing with
like I saw that when they're like, "Okay, what does the hammer do?" And I like that was PB's tone. You can actually read his tweets in his voice. You know what I mean? And so he was losing his mind with this person. He's like, "What does it mean when you pull the hammer back?"
And that
Hello,
was
you know?
my whole point. It's like and
No.
it's like, look, and there's this other person I watch called Mr. H Reviews, and he was even talking about it. And he's British, so he's very like calm and like, and I'll talk about the story. Please, oh God, I hope he doesn't ever watch my channel and be like, that motherfucker. But he was going over this, and you could hear him getting angry now with this new development I'm going to read, because the biggest bunch of bullshit, and this confirms
You
why.
triggered Chelena.
Yes, thank you, Shalena. Totally understandable. Says he is fucking guilty. Alec Baldwin pulled the fucking trigger and also beat up his ex-wife. Yeah, I love how people forget that. We
Mhm.
all forget how he beat the shit and traumatized his ex-wife and treated his kid like shit. Make a couple of funny movies and people just give you a fucking pass. And it's like, yes, I understand about the fact that
Mhm.
accidents happen or whatever. But that was he's the point we were making is he's not taking responsibility. That's what's pissing people off.
See,
It
Janie
has
made it.
nothing to do with his politics. I do personally hate his wife because I could see through her bullshit, but it's on him. If I've got more rage, it's not his family, his wife's whatever, that's Hollywood.
It's him.
It's on him and his lack of accountability. It's frustratingly aggravating.
Janie's right, though. She says, I don't know what the hammer does, but I would before I'd hold a gun. Right? There you go.
Janie,
Like,
see,
hello.
this is why I
Right?
like having Janie. No bullshit, straight to the point. Even she knows, right? And she doesn't even do guns. And she knows, hey, that hammer doesn't seem like it should go that way.
Hmm.
Uh,
Ancient One
uh
said he sent me a super chat. I'm just going to read it real quick. I'm sorry, it's scrolly up there.
oh,
Um,
oh, where is
Sorry,
it?
it's big super chat from an ancient
Oh,
one.
there
There you
it
go.
is.
A colossal sized bag of premium acorns and nuts for Mad Squirrel, her husband Calm Squirrel, her son Eldest Squirrel, and the little squirrel so that they won't have to rattle the tree. Thank you so much, Ancient One. I always really appreciate it. My Discord right now is in a what do you call it? Limbo or purgatory because I got a brand new phone. I had a phone incident, so I have a brand new phone. I got a fancy phone. Anyway, so I got to exchange a lot of stuff over and I'm still doing that right now. So I'm locked out of
And
my Discord because that's what I do.
Keely, I'm not the biggest fan of Ryan Kennel, but I will say this much. I did check out his live reaction to that, and whilst I disagree with a lot of things that Kennel says, um, I found it very hilarious. We mirrored each other in the reactions because yeah, everybody can see this is bigger. It's about taking accountability and having knowledge, and anybody across the internet can see this is wrong. This is wrong.
Mhm.
Someone died, and there should be an answer for this. And I like because Planet Q's Queen said that why does this asshole get a pass, but Johnny Depp can't, for not doing anything wrong? And that's a fair point.
Mhm.
And I'll have a story on Depp. Uh,
And then Janie says, thank you, Ancient One. Janie says, I am not anti gun. I'm pro education and responsibility about guns for the people who want them. Right.
that's absolutely positively the great mindset to have, even if you don't have it yourself. That was very well put, Janie. But yeah, Squirrel, that's excellent,
Yeah.
right? Even if you don't support it, or you don't have a gun, or even if you're like not one who's going to own a gun, everybody who has common sense knows that you should be having safety. So
Mhm.
now we've got more bullshit, Squirrel. You want to know the bullshit? I'm going to read you the funniest fucking letter ever. This article might take a minute because there's so much bullshit coming from this. You're going to have a field day. This is going to be fun. And I know you saw this in the chat too.
Mhm.
Oh boy. So, folks, strap in because the Rustcast disputes reports of chaotic and dangerous set in a joint letter. This pisses me off because of the fact, and I'm starting already, because of the fact now we're going to get these assholes, and I'm just going to come out and say it, who have been paid off, okay, or have no soul and integrity to come out and say, basically put their head in Baldwin's very large and probably unclean ass. So this is his ass right here. I got to do a little wider. He's been in Hollywood for a while. This is their head. Bam, right up there. That's where they're going with this. If you sign this letter, all of you people out there, and you probably won't come across me. Hopefully, you come across the other more populated channels, and they say the same thing I'm about to say to you. If you endorse this man, if you sign your fucking soul away to tell a blatant lie, which I'll prove, and I'll stop in the letter, and I'll point out some bullshit. But if you tell a lie for this man, I hope you never get any sleep for the rest of your life. Really, I'm being deadly serious. I hope your dreams are haunted. I really do. Because you are in some ways worse than Alec Baldwin. You will lie for somebody and cover up facts to get people off. Shame on you. Okay, I'm saving my curse bombs for a little bit because I'm going to be cursing a lot. But I'm just doing my shame face. Shame. Shame on you. That is atrocious. You should be ashamed of yourself because you are covering up for a man who doesn't deserve it. Fucking Alec Baldwin is not the hill anybody should die on. And look, this has nothing to do with bias and blah, 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 like some people clearly think. I'm very passionate about the law. If you guys know my coverage on Depp or anything else like that having to do with these legal matters, this is about justice. This is about what the facts are pointing to and what's becoming pretty fucking evidence. There was negligence that led to somebody dying. Okay? And it's not just on one person. I'm not just throwing it on Baldwin. Everybody fucking involved with this is in their own way responsible. So, you motherfuckers that are trying to cover this up, shame. Shame on you. Bad.
Really quick, there I just wanted to kind of give a shout out to anybody that's experiencing the really horrific tornado outbreak that's going on this evening. I mentioned it earlier. I have a friend that's in Edwardsville. That's the same city that the Amazon facility was hit earlier today. There's a lot of people that are in the path of this. So if you guys are out there and you're in the danger zones, which are covering a mass amount of states, just to name a few, is Arkansas, Illinois, Kentucky, Missouri, and Tennessee. There's some historical outbreaks going on with this tornado. So please be safe if you or you know anyone in those areas. It's not looking very good right now. It's going to be out throughout the entire night. So if you're in those areas, you have loved ones in those areas, please be safe. Send them our best, and I hope everyone does well. So hopefully nobody is in the path, but you never know, especially those who might tune in later because they might have a power outage because there's some mass power outages, server issues, all kinds of craziness. So this is a historical outbreak that the Weather Channel is not covering. Just wanted to say that. Just wanted to point that out. So anyway.
Yeah, and I wanted to say that, shout out to them. To be fair to the tornado, it did take out an Amazon building. So we might be looking at an act of God here, people. And so
It's insane. It really
Bezos
is
couldn't
insane.
pay off the NATO. Fucking prick. But no, if you have people in those areas, in all seriousness, make sure they're okay. Big shout out. Hopefully everybody turns out all right. Because that is a serious thing and it is some shit. And for once, I'm so glad to be in Wisconsin. I never thought I'd say that. Never
Yeah, because
thought that would be my
the
way
only
about.
warning you have up is for Gale. I'm like, ooh,
Yeah, we were just talking about
yeah.
that, and I said we go outside with gale winds. We're like, oh, it must be Tuesday. All right, well, back to work.
And one of the things that came up is that the hold on one second. The reason why this is such a big deal right now, what they've been able to track is the tornado, which started in Arkansas 4 hours ago, appears to have traveled more than 235 miles so far, making it the longest tornado ever recorded. That's so far from what the meteorologists are saying. This stuff will obviously change in days to come as more data comes in, but it's pretty intense, and there's like multiple tornadoes hitting in different touching down in different states, almost like back to back in some circumstances. So it's all my best to everyone there, no matter who they work for or where they're at. So hope everyone's
Yes,
well, and everyone stays safe. But I just wanted to make a comment of that because it is pretty big. I was like, holy crap, this, and I saw there was a huge like amount of stories. It's affecting 5 million people through all
you
these
know who
different
didn't
states.
have a story?
Who?
The fucking Weather Channel.
Fuck the Weather Channel. No, I'm sorry.
Those they're slacking, man. They would tell you about a tornado if it looked like it might be forming. What the fuck? Is every media just sucking these days? Like,
Oh man. Oh, hello there, the Senate. Oh my.
Senate is Christmas-fied too. Said, "Be glad you don't live in California." By its new name, shit world, specifically because of LA and San Diego. Yeah, they need to be broken off.
What about San Francisco? How dare you?
I'm still got mixed feelings. I'm still mixed on San Fran. I haven't decided yet. Janie Davis, I appreciated. She said, I noticed that the civilian law is important to use odd. I get why it's important for the sacrifices of our service people to be worth it. It's up to us to make sure it is. And that is it, Janie. On a serious note, if you guys want to know why I rant about this, what a TLB 2.0. Uh,
Hey,
why
Landon.
I rant about this is for that reason, because civilian law is important. If we don't have justice, it sends a bad message to the regular people, right? And I say, oh, regular people. We've gotten that high and mighty squirrel. The common people need their justice. But no, that's how Hollywood looks at it. And if we don't have the same justice across from the rich to the poor, right? Then the people the everyday Joe who hopes to get justice for something done wrong to them is going to look to these things and go, well, why is it I serve time for this same exact thing, but this guy gets off,
Hello. Yeah. Hello, pounding. Oh my.
Pounding that pink veal. Well,
That's
we've all been
code.
there. So let's read this bullshit. Russ, Cass, and crew dispute reports of chaotic and dangerous set in joint letter. This is going to entertain the shit out of you. I know it both entertained it and pissed me off. Alec Baldwin, star, producer, fucking co-writer, probably director, super secretly, all that shit. He shared a letter to his Instagram on Thursday following October 21st onset shooting of Helena Hutchins. Now, here's the thing that's complete bullshit. This man just got done shutting down his social media, right? Got off
Mhm.
Twitter, went dark. All of a sudden, he shares a post from the only piece of media he kept open, his Instagram, which is why I call this shameful and quite disgusting. And somebody, i.e., his lawyer, needs to tell him to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Uh, because uh, this is uh, going to sink him. I don't know. Don't you kind of get that? Like, he's digging his own grave here. Really.
Right.
Um,
Yep.
it makes him look guilty as hell. And Mr. H Reviews, if you guys haven't seen his channel, go check him out. He's pretty awesome and covers this really extensively. But he brought up a great point that by doing this stuff, he is creating something where he could have just came out, gave a fucking sincere kind of an interview, and then let it go. But everything he's doing is making him look worse by the day. So the cast and crew of Rust have responded to the public narrative. No, it's not. Oh my God, we're not even into this yet. It's not a public narrative. This is not public. These are facts that the public is responding to, guys. This is shit that's documented, like
Right.
stated by the fucking police of what was it, New Mexico, right? The New Mexico whatever sheriff's department, who came out and made a statement about the conditions themselves. So how are they saying that this is a public narrative, Squirrel? They're already pissing me off.
Yeah. Well, of course, this is the thing is Alec Baldwin's 100% always about PR. Always. Because he's had to do it so many times. So am I shocked by this? No. Because he's pretty much a commercialized whore. And that's just what he's always been. The only difference is that it depended on who he was whoring for. So now he's whoring for himself, and it's more obvious. So fuck him.
And here's the thing too. This is being picked up by several different news cycles as well, right? So the spin team is at work now. Full spin has gone because they got to protect their fucking leftist fucking gem Baldwin for the past fucking decades. They've been protecting this fucking piece of shit. And I'll be honest with you, half the other shit I could have, given Baldwin a pass on. A lot of people have. So I was just like, fuck it. But you're talking about something that's different now. He's killed somebody, whether by accident or not. Someone lost their life. And I refuse, and a lot of good YouTubers covering this, and people who seem to be doing real reporting these days, refuse to let this man do this spin again and get out by the same fucking PR stunts he's been doing since fucking 1990. So fuck you. It's not a public narrative surrounding the shooting death. It's fucking facts.
Mm-hmm.
Hard, tangible, documented facts surrounding the shooting death of the film cinematographer in a new letter describing positive morale and rejecting descriptions of unsafe positive morale. Oh, yeah, this is going to be a tough one. This is going to be first article of the night, Squirrel. My blood pressure is already going up. Might need
That's
a
why I'm
beer.
kind of sitting back, just kind of letting you work through this. It's kind of like working through a demon, power to the people.
Oh my
I meant
God. It's like
exercising a demon.
it so angers me. And Janie made a great statement because it's how I feel. It's like I can't overlook this bullshit. Like I'm not built that way. And look, I've gone after a lot of people here on the channel and, about things, different political things, and I always go after them for lying. If you're gonna be a douchebag, I can respect you if you're a douchebag that says, "Yeah, I'm a douchebag." Fuck off, But this roundabout bullshit, it's very manipulative. It's slimy. It's fucking disgusting, and it's made worse by the fact that someone is dead now, and they want to sweep it to the side so that they can blame other people and not lay blame on the people who should be blamed for this. And Baldwin is 110% one of those people, along with the other three. So, now everyone's playing the shell game of who's going to get the blame. So there was they were rejecting the unsafe environment. The letter below, which shared Rust producer and star Alec Baldwin Instagram and confirmed to the Hollywood Reporter by a crew member on Thursday, described that the set was as professional and refuted reports of a chaotic and dangerous, exploitative workplace, the group of producers, of course, have come under fire since October 21st for the tragedy, including in a report by THR for being allegedly inexperienced and running unsafe set while filming the Western Bonanza Creek Ranch. But
Really quick, sorry not to interrupt. I'm not meaning to, but DJ H popped in, said hello, and I'm trying to find his comment. He goes, "Hi everyone. I'll just rant about Zod. Sent something November 11th, but I guess that's the last time I'll be genuinely respectful. Maybe accidentally swig from his spit can. May he accidentally swig from his spit can. LOL."
whoa, DJ
Oh
H
my!
coming in hot. I like it.
And
He's getting the channel.
Pounding had said that it was actually a casino movie line, that his name, but yes, it is code. That was a comment from him earlier. And also, Rose said that the Weather Channel did finally start giving updates, which took forever. Um, but they are saying that it's entering Tennessee, heading north by northeast, so probably heading our way. I hope everyone stays safe. And scrolling. And Jane Creek says hello.
Hi, Jane Creek. She was also here for my Dexter review, so thank you. Appreciate you coming on by. DJ Record Hound, I'm still trying to determine whether I appreciate you coming on by. JD Davis says, I've always respected someone who can say, yes, I fucked up, but I will dedicate myself to ensuring that it never happens again. Why don't they get that? Exactly. It's simple. You just because you come out and apologize for a tragedy, you don't have to be an omission of guilt. It used to be Hollywood got this, even a bullshit kind of, sensing the sincerity. You know what I mean, Squirrel? Like, back in the day, the bullshit PR. Sharon, hello. Um, even the bullshit, like, oh, this was tragedy, blah, 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 whatever, the normal PR thing, but from the heart, right? But they can't even do that now. They are so narcissistic and tone deaf these days. They can't even give us that. And Janie, or Planet Keys Queen, says, Zod is so racist that his favorite movie is Roots.
God, things have escalated. Oh my god.
It is one of my favorite movies, though. But not for that reason, Janie. Good acting.
It'll never end. It'll never end. You know that. Justin started that fire, and now it'll just keep on going.
We do acknowledge that no set is perfect. Like any production, Russ had areas of brilliance and areas that were more of a more challenged. No, that doesn't explain you fucking around with live ammunition, which was proven to be on set. So right there, that whole statement, it's already bullshit. What they're saying, it's bullshit. Bullshit.
Of course.
While we stand firmly with our
Good
unions
Lord.
and strongly support. Yep, this goes like this is the biggest crock of shit, and it pissed a lot of people off. This was a terrible idea. Whoever thought Baldwin should come out with this should be fired. But anyways, while we stand firmly with our unions and strongly support the fight for better working conditions across the industry, we do not feel that the set was a representation of the kind of conditions our unions are fighting against. Then why was someone killed, Squirrel? Why did someone die if this set was a bastion of safety?
Right.
Like,
this is poorly constructed.
Poorly constructed is putting that mildly.
Damage control, like a bad way of doing damage control.
This is the biggest stupid way to do damage control. Like, oh my god, the letter, which was signed by 24 employees that I'm sure were held by gunpoint across multiple below the line departments, which is fancy way of saying it's not just the producers. and sent to the New Mexico Film Commission. THR confirmed, says the disgruntled few crew members who quit the film prior to the tragedy do not represent the views of all of us. Why did they quit? Why did they leave? And they called this, and then someone died. So I'm sorry if a few people. Okay, here we go. If a few people left, all right, because I'm pissed. If a few
No.
people left the set because of, let's say, a pay dispute, okay, we
Okay.
could take a 50-50 split on that. We could say, oh, maybe some people are assholes. They want to be paid more. Maybe this happened. Maybe this happened. But when people literally walk off the set citing bad work conditions, and that very fucking day somebody is shot, Squirrel, I don't know about you, but who's writing this argument? Because it's pretty fucking clear to me who the fuck is writing here. It's not rocket scientists. I'm not just fucking jumping to a conclusion like some people argued with me on Twitter. It's not even a logical leap at this point. They walked off the day someone died from being fucking shot due to idiot fucking incompetency with a weapon. So tell me how you consider this a brilliant fucking set and that the few disgruntled employees don't represent your opinion. They don't. You want to know why? Because they represent fucking common sense and logic. They saw a problem, they got the fuck out, and they look like the ones who actually made a good fucking decision because someone died that very fucking day. Not 2 days later, not the day before. That day they walked out, the person was fatally shot and killed.
Mhm.
At a certain point, your whole fucking argument falls to apart.
No. This stuff, man. Yeah, this is all just PR crap. They screwed it up as per usual.
I mean, is this not the most illogical argument? Like, and disrespectful, disgruntled few crew members, like they didn't have valid complaints, like they didn't tell you numerous times, including the fucking person who died, but stayed on your shitty fucking movie and gave her life because she actually loved her job.
I
But
think
no,
what's interesting here is that you have a lot of people who are trying to keep this as a positive credential, regardless of what's happened here. And, between the interview he had previous, okay, to where we're at right now, it's still the same panicked PR bullshit. It's nothing new. There's nothing here that's changing the credibility of what they've tried to state was an accident and something that couldn't have been controlled. Like, this is all stuff that could have been prevented, obviously. And this does reflect on the director, it reflects on the producers, it reflects on the entire project and anybody that's connected to it. And I'm sorry to say that, if I were working on this set and I saw these types of conditions and things were getting out of control, like especially the accidental shooting prior and other conditions of not meeting certain safety protocols, I would have been out, like, well in the beginning, you know. But
and
alas, here
Janie
we are.
Janie puts a great point up once again. Janie, you're on fire tonight. It was the second misfire, at least, possibly third or fourth. Exactly. This wasn't an isolated incident. Okay, there were other misfires that people are fucking neglecting. But this is your safe work environment where, oh, there's fucking misfires. That's a brilliant fucking work environment. It's so great to be around. They're doing such a bang up job.
Literally bang up job.
Great, great. Covering those PB jokes because Senate is a little disappointed. Said
Oh.
Zod, where's my redhead? At I demand he be here, or I give a bad Yelp review. God damn it! I've skated those for years. I might lose a good one tonight. DJ Records Hound says at Mr. Zod's Phantom Zone. I wonder if you've seen John Schneider's YouTube channel. He's been quite vocal about this. No, but I'll go check that out, DJ H. Thank you. I've heard another person told me about that, but yeah, I am with everybody in Hollywood is condemning this as they should, and for once it doesn't feel like them distancing themselves. They're legitimately coming out saying, "Hey, what the fuck,"
Well,
and can you
they're
blame them?
distancing themselves in a unique way, in a vocal way. This
Uh,
guy's an idiot.
And to be fair, though, I don't blame them. Like,
Mhm.
this reflects poorly on the people who do give a shit and actually do follow safety codes and stuff. I don't blame them for wanting to come out and say, like when he said, "Oh, uh, he made that comment last week that pissed me off about I was told by the armorer not to ever check the gun." And everybody immediately came out and said, "Dude, what the fuck are you talking about?" Like, yeah, they should say
Until
that. I'm glad they're actually saying sensible things for once.
my opinion is this, and with this, I want to, I guess, say it like this. Um, Alec Baldwin is up. He is up the creek without a paddle on this, and he knows it, and that he's playing all the PR games that all these other celebrities and all these other production companies in general play to separate himself and make himself appear to be a victim. That interview did so much damage to him, so now all this other bullshit's coming up, and I'm sure they're being well paid. Keep that in mind. Um, from someone to say whatever they need to say to quote make it sound like, oh, it's somebody else's fault, to either save a career or to protect the project in general, or to ensure they'll have any future jobs whatsoever. In the end, it's always about money. That's all this points to, is just the pure corruption of money. Everything always goes back to money in Hollywood. So
And
fuck him. This motherfucker's been doing this for decades. And I loved how everyone just went la 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 about his aggressive and violent past. And here we are, and people are in shock and awe that this idiot pulled back the hammer, and yet he says he didn't pull the trigger. You are a fucking moron. You really are. You'd have to be a fucking moron. And he knew exactly what he was doing. So it's like this adult child, this man child. We're all shocked that the man child can't be an adult. Why is this shocking? Why the fuck is this shocking? It isn't. This isn't this fucking dickless wonder got into an industry where he didn't need to evolve into a man. He just needed to evolve into a cosplaying man. And there's plenty of these motherfuckers in Hollywood. So I'm not shocked that he has a PR team and all these fucking people who are obviously getting something out of this or trying to save their own ass. Fuck the girl that got killed. That's the way they're acting. Shocking that Hollywood would do that. Wow. Look at the fucking Epstein shit. You know? It's the
oh yeah,
same
we're
shit.
so shocked about that and Weinstein and stuff, and nobody gets off their ass until later when something until it's so loud that they can't silence it. And speaking of money, that's a great segue because they go into describing what they said was 12-hour work days and the turnarounds, housing, and payments as fair and consistent with expectations. But we've read several times,
Mhm.
and uh, there was evidence of people not being paid uh, longer than normal hours. As a matter of fact, Squirrel, to debunk that whole bullshit, because this whole letter is bullshit, there was that the day she got shot was on a shoot that was not supposed to be happening.
Mhm.
They were supposed to be done or not even set up at that time. The armor wasn't fucking there.
Mhm.
So how can you tell me that there was normal shooting times where it was well documented that they went over the shoot time to get shots?
Mhm.
This whole letter is bullshit. Everything from what we know to even the facts to be.
Right.
And these are documented facts.
And
Uh, this isn't disproving conjecture like people going after Baldwin or something. They're trying to actually uh, come after the facts that have been established, wait for it, by the fucking police. This is the stupidest fucking camp or PR spin I have ever fucking seen from a celebrity in a very long time. Squirrel, in a very long time have I seen such a stupid fucking defense. These people are fucking stupid to even sign their name to this shit, because I'm sure they signed their name to it. I don't even think they read what was in this fucking letter. And they're going
Well,
to get roasted for it,
well, enough cash for it.
or enough cash to put away their conscience.
Hmm.
Um, they they called production manners as a supportive of our efforts. On October 21st, cinematographer Helena Hutchins was killed, and the film's director Joel Shuza, I always fuck up his name. Joel was wounded, which I want to get an update on him. What's going on with poor Joel? He's still in the hospital. Hope he comes after Baldwin. Uh, they discharged a gun that he believed was safe, but actually contained a live round, as per the Santa Fe County's Sheriff's Office. Lane Looper, the A camera first assistant on Rush, who resigned from the production along with six colleagues of the camera department over what they described as unsafe work environment before the tragedy, spoke of pay irregularities, brutal working conditions, prior interview with on a prior interview with THR. So
Hmm.
this was prior to Helena being shot, which signifies to me that at the time they had walked off, it was not even about money, because they were giving up money, right? They were
Yeah.
giving up a paying job, and they had no prior knowledge this was going to happen. They weren't on the set. They walked off.
Hmm.
So tell me how they're the bad apples that are saying stuff, and if I'm getting it correct from how they're trying to frame it, to get some kind of sympathy out of this, and to publicly attack these producers. But the day they did this, they had nothing to gain and had no knowledge that this was going to happen. So that means you're full of shit. There was going to be nothing in it for them. They didn't know someone was going to be fatally killed. They had their suspicions, and they walked off before the accident. And then lo and behold, good for them, they weren't anywhere near when this happened. So yeah, I'm going to fucking believe the people who walked off literally the day before someone got fucking killed,
Right.
because
It
they had
just,
nothing to gain that they knew about.
no, no.
There was nothing in it for them, and that's where I think uh, that should be highlighted. They had nothing to gain at
You
all.
know, this is interesting because New Mexico in general is like one of the top, filming communities. There are a lot of shows that have gone there to film because they get a lot of, I don't know, it's way cheaper to film there. They get some tax breaks. New Mexico's major source of income is the filming and stuff that they have that has gone on there in the past, and a lot of films and so on, just generally. So it's a major cash inflow. Um, this is something that might set a precedence that should have been more regulated. So I wonder if this is all tying together, because New Mexico's got a really good reputation for corruption, and not just in local, but I'm talking state government, and a lot of money laundering and all kinds of fun goodies. So I do wonder who else is a part of this New Mexico film community. Who else this includes, meaning ties, because I'm sure this is it's going to blow up even more and more as it becomes more clear that they were not regulating. Surprisingly, that New Mexico would allow it. Surprised, no one is. No one is surprised. Um, it's just that this is their money. This is their money cow. Cash cow? Sure, cash cow.
Cash
But
cow, yeah.
cash
and,
cow. I said
and
money
you
cow.
could see there's I'm starting to agree with you, and this is going to be interesting, and part of the reason why I'm covering this so heavily on my channel. I think this is going to expose a lot of other interesting shit, and I'm going to get to the other interesting article too, because of course we also have
Rose Rose Matter is starting to get the storms in from that big bout of tornado activity and just severe thunderstorms, lightning. She's having a light show right now, but shout out to Rose. Be careful. Be safe. I know you. I know you know, but we just want to let you know too.
Oh, and also to try to stay on as long as you can before no, nowhere else. For God's sakes, if things get hairy, this beautiful face isn't worth it.
New Mexico is blue, Keely Chow. I think wherever there's politics, there's corruption. So pick a party.
Yeah, Killy Chow's at the same thing. I thought Alabama was the only red state where there's political corruption. No, Killy, it's getting to be every the politics are everywhere, and this is
Mm,
why people say to me, "Well, Zod, why do you tie in politics?" Because I think this is going to expose what we've all been saying with politics. It's not so much just the ruining shows and things. It's the also real life consequences of this shit. There's probably money that changed hands. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple of powerful people over there that were getting their palms grease to let this shit go. And now you have somebody dead. You have somebody
yeah.
who died.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to hone in on. And Jenny Davis hit the nail on the head when she said, "I'm very strong proponent for civil justice, civil law, keeping people safe." And this pisses me off more because of the gun factor and because it could have been avoided. It 100% could have been avoided. That's what's uh, what's really upsetting about this. DJ H says, "Watch those cans, side pooty."
Yeah, that's what I was snickering about. Every
Yeah,
time you spit, dude, I'm just like, you need to get yourself like a real spittoon, not a can. God bless.
sometimes I fucked up too and spit in my drink, and I'm like, "Oh God, no!"
Oh,
And then I'm
gross, dude.
waffling, like, "Is it worth it? I can't just get rid of my butt. I need this drink. I need it to deal with Baldwin because I can't, Squirrel. I can't handle these fucking stupid statements." I wasn't drinking. I was drinking a Monster before this, and I'm back to alcohol. This has
Right.
got to be unhealthy.
Absolutely. Well, just don't drink the spittoon. We'll be fine. Although, now that DJH has put the curse on you, it could be any moment.
Oh
You will
God,
pick up your spit cup. That's so gross, man.
no, Janie. Chewing tobacco is not more gross than smoking.
You know what? I argue with you on that. I argue.
Uh,
I
you know what,
argue.
smokers, come at me, bruh.
I will
We can
come at
sell,
you, guy. I got
we can
nuts.
sell chew indoors. We've
Oh, well,
got
that's
the high
fucked up.
ground.
See, fuck you for that. First off, that
No,
ain't right. No kidding. What do you
no.
chew?
See, I
What
don't
type of
argue with
tobacco?
smokers because I don't have a really good footing and be like, "Well, you're gonna die from lung cancer." Well, your fucking lower jaw's gonna fall off, and I'm like, "Fuck."
Well, you'll always look surprised. So,
Oh, low blow, Squirrel. Low
so,
blow.
but no, here's the question though. What do you chew? What is the brand you chew?
Grizzly wintergreen long cut.
Holy crap! Is that the wintergreen? That's the real minty mint,
Yeah,
fresh. You feel like a
it,
fresh maker now?
yeah, it's refreshing. Like when you hear my voice on YouTube.
You're so stupid. You're like
Shameless
my
plug.
spit.
Join the Phantom Zone here
Your
on
fucking
Fridays at
spittoon
midnight.
smells like a pine forest. My house smells great. Ew, guy. My grandfather used to chew Copenhagen.
Oh, co-op is I did it for a while, but it's just like it feels like a slow death march. Um
Hey
and I want
man,
to feel happy going to the grave. Copenhagen feels like what it is, like I've made poor choices.
it's of the earth.
It is. I'm pretty sure it's of the dirt.
It
It is
is.
oh God, it is so terrible. It's
Sentimental reasons, though. For sentimental reasons, I do like the smell of Copenhagen. Not the chew it, like when someone's chewing it, but just the smell of it, because it reminds me of my grandfather. But yeah, yeah, Copenhagen's. I don't like chewing tobacco though. I don't like the spittoons and all that. So I'd get a new hat. Senate demands this.
you know what, Senate? Just for you, I do have my spec op hat. They call it ghillie hat. That goes with my camouflage uniform. I may wear it one day just for you, Senate.
You
and
need to wear a
nobody else.
Christmas hat. Christmas hat.
Yeah, it'll be a Christmas treat for the Senate for being such a long time detractor of the channel.
Detractor.
You know what? If there's any one person who ever deserves to troll me, and I've said it 1,000 times, it's the Senate. He's made the greatest memes and all sorts of stuff. And shout out to the Senate on a serious note. He's always been, here on the channel since I first started. And, the holiday spirit, I get a little bit sentimental. Fuck you, Christmas. Anyways, as a fellow
That
member,
doesn't mingle. That doesn't mingle.
I got the holiday spirit. Fuck Christmas. As a fellow members of New Mexico film community, Lane Looper, Jonas. Oh, that sounds Mexican. Herrera, there we go. And our other clients, the crew of Russ, share the grief relayed by the letter's signatories about the loss of their friend and colleague Helena Hutchins. The statement reads, "If you did, you wouldn't put out this letter, you fucking scumbag." Anyways, our clients also understand the concerns of the author about possible effect the shooting incident and the events leading up to it may have on their careers. So we're getting to the actual reason, and on New Mexico as a premier destination for many productions. And we get to the root of the bullshit highlighted right here. This isn't about Helena Hutchins and the fact that she was murdered. It is about the effect it will have on their careers and on New Mexico as a premier destination for many productions. That is so fucking slimy. That is so slimy, so scumbaggish. The statement continues, although not every member of the Russ crew shared the same experience. Most of the letters the other people who signed worked in less physical office.
Signatories.
Yes,
Sorry.
thank you.
I had to scroll and see where you were looking. I was like, yes, that word. It's
Signatories or offset roles and were unaware of the serious safety violations because they don't have eyeballs on set. Every one of them was put at risk by the producers, including Alec Baldwin, who cut corners, hired unqualified armor, and ignored industry-wide safety protocols designed to keep the cast and crew safe. In Baldwin's interview of such tragedies, he addressed what he called misconceptions amid the ongoing criminal investigation, including saying multiple times he did not pull the trigger, which he 100% did, of the gun. He pulled the hammer back as I could without cocking the gun, which is bullshit. When you pull the hammer back on those kinds of guns, they proved it could still go off. So you're a fucking idiot, and it's the stupidest fucking statement I've ever fucking heard. Fuck you, Baldwin.
You know what? That actually was like the best thing that he could have done was that interview, just to really drive home the point of why he should never be on a movie set again.
Yeah, that really signifies that is the worst defense of not doing something I have ever fucking heard. Like, I only pulled the hammer back, but I didn't pull the trigger. Well, guy, if you know how guns work, especially 6-shooters, which you're working with, you don't need to pull the fucking trigger for the gun to go off if you half cock the fucking hammer and there's a fucking round in the chamber, which I tried to explain to many people, and experts have come out and explained that, yeah, you can have a misfire. That's how a fucking misfire happens. That's precisely Squirrel.
Go.
It's precisely the reason a misfire occurs. To the T, how a misfire happens on a set.
Good night to Rebecca. She's heading out. She has to teach in the morning.
Oh, well, Rebecca, teach these kids never to half cock a gun.
Night, Becca.
Good night, Becca. But
Rose, be safe. Sorry.
This is the exact fucking this is proof that you are not only a fucking idiot, but that you indeed did set up this accident to happen. Am I wrong? Am I jumping to conclusions?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No, I mean, how dare you? This is all common sense is a privilege. How dare you?
I know how. I mean, we are in the mind of a Hollywood star, and I should have known common sense doesn't inhabit these people's fucking thought process, apparently, because
Rebecca
everything he
said she's going to pass off those words of wisdom. And DJ H
Thank you.
says, Jesus, you're so round. You're not so rounded if you're going off half cockzod. Dun, 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 dun.
DJH on a roll today. Said it says shootout to shootout.
Shootout. Oh my.
Shootout. We were talking about guns. Sorry. Shout out to teachers who put up with today's kids.
Oh
I'm
my
sure they
God.
do want it to shoot out with the kids, though. You won't win that. The criminal investigation into the shooting is being conducted by the Santa Fe department. Blah blah blah. We know that part. I want to get to the good stuff. Here's the letter. Now I'm going to go through this as much as I can without losing my mind. But this is brilliant, Squirrel. This is a brilliant piece of fiction.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Are there
We
dinosaurs? Maybe some dragons?
and Vin Diesel racing
In
dinosaurs
space. In
in
space.
space.
Even
In
better.
space. Um, to whom it may concern, this letter is written on the behalf of the cast and crew, I'm sure, of the film production of Rust. It has been sanctioned, or it has not been sanctioned or influenced in any way by the producers.
As the
Horse
producer
shit.
posts it. Yeah. Okay.
Horse shit. Right off the bat, they're fucking lying. We, the undersigned, believe the public narrative surrounding the workplace tragedy to be inadequate and wish to express a more adequate account of the experience.
Accurate account of
Or,
our experience.
yeah, accurate account of the experience, but they are inadequate. So, um, we are hurting from the loss of our friend and colleague. If you are hurting from the loss of Helena Hutchings, why would you sign your name to this fucking felonious line? She was in many ways at the heart of our production, uh, and losing her hurt every single one of us. But we're still pieces of shit and sign this phony fucking letter, basically spitting in the face of this woman's legacy by covering our own ass so we don't lose our jobs in Hollywood. We are hurting from the loss of our from the loss of our togetherness, our spirit, and the loss of our labor. We
See,
are
I don't
hurt.
like it. I don't like how this is written at all. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
this is very, very poorly written. This sounds like they were trying to write a poetic verse and I don't know, they failed their college class on how to write a fucking letter. Sorry, it just this is not sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just pissy.
I agree,
Yeah.
Squirrel. I agree. This is terrible. This is, and I'm gonna zoom in so everybody can get a really good look at this fucking shit because it occurred to me. This is
Like
not.
it's the way they write that. We are hurting from the loss of our togetherness, our spirit, and the loss of our labor. We are hurting for our friends that have been targeted. Ooh, suddenly it got really big. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. I
Uh,
because I really want people to see this bullshit, and
so
you make your own judgment if I'm overreacting to how disingenuous this sounds. Continue,
we are
Squirrel. I'm
hurting
sorry.
for our friends that have been targeted by the public as they themselves grieve. See, there is a proper way to verse that, and it's not that. Pieces of shit. Okay, so unfortunately, in the film industry, it is common to work on unprofessional or hectic productions to gain experience and credits. Many
That
of us.
doesn't make it
Mhm.
right. It doesn't make it a standard. I'm sorry to interrupt,
No,
but
no, no. It's all right.
it sounds like an excuse for it to be the way it was on set. And no, that isn't common. Stuff should be said. That's why you have this. I'm sorry, continue. We'll talk about it after we get done.
It's all good. Many of us have worked on those types of productions. Rust was not one of them. Rust was professional. We do acknowledge that no set is perfect, and like any production, Rust had areas of brilliance and areas that were more challenging. While we stand firmly with our unions and strongly support the fight for better working conditions across our industry, we do not feel that this was set that this set was a representation of the kind of conditions our unions are fighting against. We do support any and all efforts to make film sets safer to work on for all the cast, crew, and working animals. The descriptions of Rust as a chaotic, dangerous, and exploitive workplace are false and distract from what matters the most, the memory of Helena Hutchins, and the need to find more modern alternatives to outdated industry firearm and safety practices. Oh, okay. So sorry, I'm holding back. While it is true that a few crew members quit prior to the accident, the vast majority of us remained, never feeling the need to protest or quit. We were enjoying our workplace. Those disgruntled few do not represent the views of all of us. Oh my God. On Rust, our working hours and wages were fair and consistent with expectations. 12-hour days and turnarounds were standard, and typically we worked from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Bonanza Creek Ranch is a historic film set, and its location and transportation requirements were well understood by all crew members. Housing was provided as required by the union. Payments were made generally on time, and amounts were as agreed to per an individual or department deals.
And I'm not even going to get into the rest of this. We have so much to dive into with just this letter, so let's just dive into this. What a fucking crock of shit. That whole letter sounds disingenuous. And when people have the nerve to ask me why I'm pissed off about this is a prime example. This is literally worded by these people. I'm going to let you go first because I got so much to say that I'll just end off in me trailing into fucks, shits, fuck all of these people, and incoherent rambling. So, yeah, first let me get to JD Davis before I ask you the question. At Mr. Zod's Phantom Zone, I can hear A-listers shouting, sign it or you'll never work again. Exactly. That's what that sounded like. But,
Mhm,
Squirrel, thoughts? I know
mhm.
you want to go off quite a few times, so go ahead. Let them have it. What do you think of this fucking horse shit?
You know what? I mean, that didn't even sound genuine. Genuine sounds like they were doing it for numerous reasons. I have a translation of that entire um, letter. Actually, I think I have it here. Let me see. Yeah, I think I do. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think I have a translation of it. I was thinking I found it somewhere else, and then I was like, "Oh, here it is." I'm pretty sure I have it. Because when I'm reading this, it just sounds like, well, they need something, and I'm not sure exactly what it would be considered, but I think I got it. Yep, this is the translation of that entire letter, pretty much. We need money. Sorry, people died, but we love money. Fuck you. Yep, there you go. So that's your translation, so everyone knows. Yep.
You know, that's what it comes off at. This is the most disingenuous fucking horse shit. And I remember watching it. I actually got this article from watching Mr. H reviews and listening to what he was saying because he fucking went off on these people, and a lot of other great YouTubers have gone off on him as well. Is that this is the most disingenuous campaign to try to sound genuous that anyone's ever heard. This is so fucking disgusting. I can't even. I can't even. Um, the fact that and if the people actually sign this, Squirrel, uh,
Mhm.
for shame. Like I understand Hollywood is what it is. You have to get a job, but for shame. Like at what point do you not? You know, at what point do you draw that line for your very fucking soul? You sign your name to this bullshit? Like
Yeah.
Do you,
Oh my God.
go
The,
ahead? You go ahead, because I
yeah, I
can't.
agree with Rose. It sounds like it was written by more than one person. Letter sucks, Donkey Kong. Oh, big time. Big time, Rose. Like when you read that, it's like, oh, we're hurting. We're hurting. And that's the part where it's like, okay, I'm sorry that you're hurting. There's a better way to formulate that entire paragraph where it actually sounds like a human being wrote it and not an AI program. And it's like, did they get this shit on LegalZoom? Is that what this is? Like they had an attorney from LegalZoom write this up for them, and then it was just like a add in your own, like choose your own adventure of filling in the blanks because this thing sucks. And it doesn't, it's basically a CYA letter that the producer, one of the producers of the film, posted on his own Instagram to validate that the conditions were not up to par, and something that excuse me, I'm trying to remember who posted. Might have been Janie that made this comment earlier, so I apologize if it was someone else. But it's a quote low budget, which they call indie films to sound hip. This is an indie film. So it's like they didn't put the cash where they should have. And New Mexico is probably, I'm really strongly wondering about the film industry, how much involvement they're having here, because I know they have to be, because this is on them too for allowing and giving the green light to these types of conditions. You know, it's going to really tarnish the productions in New Mexico going forward. So I think there's a lot of crowd control going on. So it is interesting. I'd like to see where that goes, or to find out connections. But this is
Yep.
absolute horseshit. And he's pretty much, he should be in hiding. He should go ahead and take a vacation to the Hamptons and enjoy it while he can, because going forward, he'll just be pretty much who he should have been years ago, has been. And he's an ass. I just don't understand it. I don't give a shit about someone's politics in the end, right? They can act like an asshole they want to. It's either you're a good actor or you're not. Obviously, he's good enough of an actor where he's been able to kind of win over the right people, or pay off the right people. And I think this is a paid propaganda legal Zoom fucking piece. It's absolute shit. I'm hurting. You're hurting. We're all hurting, dude.
And it's so disingenuous. I really hope her husband sues the fuck out of everybody, just everybody down the line. uh, I had sympathy for a few people who might have been on set, and because, some of the producers and the other people working hard, they don't deserve to be dragged in. But after this shit, fuck them all, really. Burn the whole thing down, because this is disgusting. And even if they signed it out of duress or threat for their jobs, I don't give a fuck. At some point, you have to have a backbone. Hollywood doesn't have the kind of power it used to, Squirrel.
Mhm.
They're really hurting. This pandemic really crippled a lot of areas. Even Disney's been feeling it. Everybody, okay. And when you have companies like Disney folding under the pressure, you have room. So this horse shit about I'll never work again, I just don't buy it. At what point do you draw the line at what your fucking dignity and conscience is worth, right? At what point do you draw the line where you could fucking sleep at night? You know, are
Right.
these people going to be thinking about that poor kid who's without a mother? The son there,
Mhm.
and that guy. This got me thinking a lot about my relationship with Bitchy, and how I would feel if I was in this situation and I got a call that she was working and something happened. And Squirrel, you know how level headed I am. I'd burn this whole fucking town to the ground. Now that's just me. A disclaimer. I'm not really gonna set shit on fire. YouTube, don't pull me. Anyways, um, but it's true. Like, I got that information. Everybody who's got something in that, I ain't taking it to court.
Mhm.
I'm burning this fucking town to the ground. This poor guy has been silent, and he's watching everything about this.
He has a lot of attorneys watching this, I'm sure.
Could you imagine being the husband? Okay, all right. All of the detractors out there who might listen to this and just think it's me spouting shit, I just want you to stop for a second. Take Baldwin and the big name out of it. Imagine being the loved one,
Mhm.
listening to that, and tell me for a second, because I know you'd be fucking lying to me if you
Mhm.
give me a different answer. Tell me you could hear this and not feel that that is all bullshit. That is the most disingenuous thing. Just as somebody who's on the inside that lost a person they love, and this is what the fucking industry puts out for you. A industry that your significant other lost her life to.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me,
Mm.
would you be as level-headed as everybody's response wants to be? Like, why are you attacking these people? No, you
Janie
wouldn't.
says, "You know how level-headed I am." This is your quote, says Zod. And the sound of my laughter scared my cat. It
Yeah.
was like, what
But
the?
no, I mean, but no, it's like, put yourself for a second, because we have a victim, all right? Plain and simple. We have a victim of a crime because it was negligence at the very least,
And
right?
anybody that was on that set at the time, I mean, it was just, you know what I'm saying? Like an overall traumatic experience for people working on a live set,
Oh
you
yeah,
know.
yeah. You got the people who saw her body drop. You got the poor guy who's suing them now, who Helena was his or he was her best friend. He's probably friends of the family. That one camera guy we talked about the other day.
Good
Uh,
night, Landon. But
Good night, Landon.
DJ H says they don't give a fuck. Hell, they wouldn't even give a used rubber. True.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
true.
and I agree with you, DJH. But that's my whole point. But yet people still defend this shit to me, and that's what pisses me off, and that's why I've been covering this, because it's not. I have a personal axe to grind with the actor himself. I have an axe to grind with the situation, and the
Right.
fact that uh, I am putting myself in the place of not what the angle of hating Baldwin, but of the victim, right? The husband, the person who lost their love. Okay, they were together for years. They had a kid. They had a family. Right? Put yourself in the place of the victim and tell me you feel the same exact way. Tell me you could read this statement and not be fucking furious. Because I'd be furious, Squirrel. I don't know about you. I'd be fucking pissed.
Oh yeah. And like, very good point, Janie. Very good point. The people who walked away look really good, but probably feel bad. Survivor's guilt. Hmm.
Exactly, exactly. And they got blasted. That's another thing. Thank you, Janie. We didn't even get to that, Squirrel. How fucking scummy is it that not only that, but they're trying to throw these people under the bus basically for lying, right? That's what they're saying. They're coming out and saying they're lying. There's no two ways about it. That's what you mean when you say you're discrediting someone else's account. So they're calling these people liars who probably feel guilt that they walked away and lost their friend that day that they chose to leave.
Right.
So they have one angle where they're right, and everyone will side with them. They're right. I
Mhm.
mean, even people who don't fucking, they're like, yeah, dude, that's like, how are they to, you know what I mean?
Right.
But they
Yeah.
have to live with that, Squirrel. They have to fucking live with that.
Yeah. And honestly, in anything going forward project-wise, they'll be more mindful. That's one thing for sure, at the very least. I mean, if anything, if there should be some good that comes out of this, more so than just a lawsuit and going after all these idiots lying, but to put it as a precedence, you would think after what happened to Brandon Lee, that would have really pushed the need. But because of this quote indie film slash, you know, low budget film, they were cutting every possible corner because what? That's like a protocol of indie films or what? I mean, is there
But
any
let me
people
just
out
give you an
there?
example of how
Mhm.
that's bullshit. A little
Mhm.
film that's one of my favorite. John Wick. That first one's considered an indie film
Right.
because of its budget, right?
Mhm.
You seen those stunts? They dealt with live action. There were fucking tactical training for 6 months before the movie even shot.
Right.
That's considered a low budget indie. It is. The budget for the first John Wick film, I think, was like 5 million or 10 million, something in there. It was just below that line to be considered a blockbuster. Now the last two are blockbusters because the budget got upped, but that's considered, if we're being technical, an indie project. Nobody knew about it, and it gained what, word of mouth.
Right.
Did Keanu shoot anybody? Squirrel? Did anyone get hurt on that set?
No. 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 Nope.
Willem Dafoe is fucking how old and he was shooting a gun?
Right.
You're telling me Willem can
Mr.
know
Boondock
about gun safety?
Saints. There's an indie film there. You know,
Boondock
like,
Saints.
yeah.
Yeah. That's
I
it.
mean,
That is a straight up. That's probably better than John Wick. Boondock
yeah.
Saints is as indie as you can get. Fucking get. Anyone get hurt during that filming? Any accidents on that set? None I remember hearing about.
For the exception of a bumper bruise, no. I mean, in the
Uh,
end, you know what you're signing up for when you're doing an action film in general, but I mean, their gun usage and things like that, all these things were taken into consideration to not just protect, obviously their crew, but the actors themselves. And it just sounds like they were so busy cutting corners. And the questions are going to start coming up. Well, why wasn't New Mexico this? I'm telling you, this is interesting. Why wasn't the quote committees and communities that are the ones that do the production inspections? Where were they? Interesting. It's just all interesting. I find all this interesting. I can't wait to see what else comes out of this because I do think that this is going to because Breaking Bad was shot in New Mexico and
well,
not
we
in
never saw shit on Breaking Bad either.
correct.
Nothing
Correct.
on Breaking. This is just my thing.
Mm.
Like, and I'm glad Big Rich is here too.
Hi, Rich.
What's up? What's good, everyone? Well,
He's
just you.
like this motherfucker.
What
uh,
is up?
um, Big Rich, let me ask you a question. We just read the most disingenuous fucking letter ever. Okay, we're talking about the Rust thing. Okay, and I had a big Twitter war with someone because there's still people surprisingly defending fucking Alec Baldwin for God knows what reason, right? And they come out and basically blame the people who walked off set saying that their accounts are wrong. Russ was brilliant. It was an amazing set to work on. All of this shit, right? Um,
Right.
and downplaying this tragedy. And let me ask you something, as someone who's got kids and with married and all of that. We both have lovely ladies in it that were, yeah, I'm talking about you, honey. Um, if you were in the situation where something tragic happened and you lost your loved one, and then someone writes a letter about how the accounts of safety was wrong, right? It was the safest set ever, but yet you lost that person. And they made a disingenuous, uh, even though this happened, we're focusing on the wrong things, and the public is coming after us, and blah blah blah. How would you feel reading a fucking letter where they basically take no blame, and the 7 people who walked off set, who I'm counting as right by now, because they literally walked off set the on the day this lady got shot and killed, and you read this letter from the producers. We'll just say Baldwin had nothing to fucking do with this, even though it was on his fucking Instagram. Um, how would you feel getting a disingenuous, basically fuck you to your lost from these guys, saying, downplaying this tragedy, basically saying, I hope we get to work again.
Um, you know, I'm. I learned a long time ago that people are gonna say whatever they want, no matter who's suffering, what's going on in whoever's life, what kind of pain they're going through. You're always gonna have someone, just like if it was someone was on social media, um, talking behind a keyboard. Um, I'm a little bit built. I'm built different. I don't. I wouldn't say I'm not. I'm not a sensitive person, so I usually am able to tune out a lot of um, negativity when it comes to stuff. Especially if someone is not in my life, don't know what's going on. Now, it would be tragic to me and my family, the loss of a loved one, but I'm the type of person that if someone is it doesn't affect me if someone's not saying it directly to me. That's how I'm built. If I got an issue with you, I'm not going to send a letter. I'm not going to go on Twitter. I'm not gonna go
Mhm.
on Facebook. I'm
Mhm.
coming to see you. We gonna have this face to face. I don't do the sending letters and all. No, I'm gonna pull up on you, and we gonna have this conversation face to face. Keep that same energy you had in the letter. Keep that same energy you had on Facebook, and keep that same energy when we're face to face. That's just how I am. So a lot of times, when people talk mess on social media and stuff, I just completely ignore it because I always I'm the type of person like it sounds good on paper, it sounds good on social media, but keep that same energy in person. People all and a lot of times majority of the people that talk mad shit on social media and letters, they change up real quick in person. And I learned that a long time ago. So words really don't bother me like that, even though it is fucked up that they did, write that letter um and saying what they said and just disregarding um, a family's loss of a loved one and what they're going through. I'm still the same type of person that it's like, all right, bet. When I see you in the streets, we gonna talk. We gonna have that same conversation. I want you to keep that same energy. Don't change up and be like, oh well, no, I didn't mean it like that. No, 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 no. Keep that same energy you had in the letter,
I
or
want you
on
to be
Twitter,
holding the
or on
letter. Hold the
yeah,
letter when I show up.
or on Facebook or wherever wherever, keep that same energy you had. And a lot of times people fold. So when it comes to words and stuff, they don't really bother me. I'm more of a, you know, I'm a person that's about that action when it comes to people talking shit or saying negative stuff. If you're not my train of thought is if you're not going to keep that same energy, say that to that person's face, shut the fuck up. Like just shut up, you know.
Right.
That
So
was
that's
so
how I
brilliant.
honestly feel about it.
Mhm.
That was brilliant because I just got done saying I'm the type, like, I have to give disclaimers all the time on my channel because I was saying the whole thing of put yourself in the victim's place, right?
Right.
And I was saying if I was in that place, I 100% endorse your view. And it's kind of funny you came out and said that because I would say what I would burn this town to the ground. Like
Yeah.
fuck this whole fucking town.
Right.
Because I love my woman, and you better believe everybody responsible. You better double and triple that fucking security, Alec.
Right. Right.
You
It's
know
just
what
people.
I'm
I learned a
saying?
long time ago. You have a lot of keyboard warriors and stuff that people hide behind that stuff,
Mhm.
and they change up real quick. So, like I said, if I was in that situation and people running their mouth and all that, I'm the type of person in general. If someone's talking shit on social media, or I'm the type of person that will smile. I'm like, all right, cool. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And
Mhm.
then, because there's been plenty of situations where I've run into people who talk mad shit on social media and see me in person. They're like, "Oh, hey, how's it going, Rich?" No, 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 no. Hi, Rich. Nah, keep that. Talk that shit. That's what I want to hear. Talk that shit. So,
Mhm.
I just learned a lot of people are fake when it comes to that. So when it comes to mourning, especially in a situation like that, I just kind of focus on who's in my circle and who cares, and family, and everybody at my little um, um, tribe. You know, everyone else kick rocks. I ain't worried about what anybody else got to say.
I think that was expertly put. It
Mhm.
really drives home a point. This is all PR stunt. Well, Senate, I respect that. So it's been on his channel forever. I'd be like, he says, I will 100% meet Zod IRL and insult Zod in
In
person.
person.
I want to be there when that happens so I can record it. I'll put it on World Star.
World star.
No,
Uh,
the whole and why I'm covering this and why this really agitates me is the gun angle. It's the um, I'm hoping this is the case where people are held accountable. You know what I mean?
right.
Um, this lady was beautiful. She had a promising career. She was young. Um, And I guess to leave things off, the biggest shame would be that she doesn't get justice and that Alec is allowed to once again skirt through because
Right.
he's been doing it for a fucking decade.
Unfortunately, when you got people that got money like that or whatever,
Mhm.
who have pull, a lot of times they're able to scoot on by or get a slap on the wrist, and it's unfortunate that your money dictates. A lot of times, the amount of money you have dictate what you can and cannot get away with.
It's sad, but true.
Right.
Speaking of what you can get away with, that's a great segue into our next section of tonight, which is a topic I haven't covered in a while because there hasn't been anything for me to really sink my teeth into until this trial starts. But oh, yes, yes, people are noticing Amber Heard, and not in the way I'm sure she's hoping. Fucking cunt. Sorry, that's my one for the night,
It's
Janie.
French.
It is French. Amber Heard using dirty tactics to cancel Johnny Depp from Hollywood. It's about time that the media, and I think this is more to save their own ass, is covering this attempt to cancel people, and they're calling it for what it is. It is a dirty tactic to cancel Johnny Depp from Hollywood. Um, I'm really I'm glad that it's actually getting some coverage because here's another victim of someone who is completely full of shit. I don't think anybody can really argue whether or not uh
Really quick, Rich, you know that Amber Heard is his ex, right? Johnny Depp's
Yeah, she
crazy.
was
Oh,
chicken Aquaman.
yeah,
yep,
yeah. Like
she can
she.
fucking swim into a shark as far as I'm concerned. Fucking low tier fucking actress. How the fuck she got so many plugs? I have no fucking clue. She's one of these women who's a dime a dozen. We had another fucking crazy bitch that went down the drain. Angelina Jolie, same fucking deal. You throw a rock, you'll find these fucking bitches that somehow survive off of sitting on the right producer's face to get a role. I know I'm being crass here, but it's the fucking truth. Let's all be adults here. And that's what she did. She sucked the right dick and got in with the right
She was on the right
powerful.
yacht that day, you know.
She was on the right yacht, yeah, because you like calling her the yacht hoe.
Yeah, it's like a hood rat, but on a yacht.
Wow.
Yeah, so she's been sucking dicks for a while to get where she's at, and now apparently she messed with the wrong dick. Um because Johnny is not having it. She was a dick to him, and he's gonna give it right back. I had to continue with those puns. Um,
Oh
and,
my.
and good for him. I've been covering this mainly, Rich, because this represents something that needs to happen. People who are innocent that are using proof and the court to fight this shit, because this is never going to change until more people decide that they don't want to be canceled for shit they do 10 years earlier in their career. It's a bunch of fucking horse shit and the
It's
new
dumb.
politics to get rid of actors and actresses that they don't want to fucking pay. That's what it comes down to.
Right.
And Amber
Yeah.
Heard basically was like not even anything until she married Johnny Depp, right? And then when she got
Oh,
married to him, all of a sudden her name's everywhere. All of a sudden she's networking with all the same people that, connected or indirectly connected to wanting to get into Johnny Depp's inner circle because he's considered A-lister. She's like a D-lister. Ha ha ha.
Right.
In more ways
It's
than
funny.
one.
Like Johnny Depp is like he was one of my mother's favorite actors. She loved Johnny Depp.
Hmm.
Hell, she used to
he's
watch him all
also
the way
one of
back
the
on
nice.
21 Jump Street. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
I
those,
was gonna say
yeah,
he's one of the few remaining nice actors too. He's actually a good guy in real
Yeah.
life,
right.
like not like the typical Hollywood asshole. I mean, it's well documented. It can't even be disputed. He's got a lot of demons like everybody in Hollywood, but he's
Right.
a good guy who has dedicated his life and given millions to charities and doing all sorts of things without the public spotlight, which is only getting spotlighted now because of this bullshit.
Yeah,
He's
there's a hand when it comes to actors, it's a handful of them that are, off the top of my head that I consider good, besides Johnny Depp, like people like Robin Williams and, like Denzel Washington, hell, Will Smith, even though his wife was out there messing around, but yeah, so there's a handful of them.
yeah. And this is more serious because of the implications of using the Me Too movement, and it was basically bullshit. Janie Davis, the reason why I don't like Angelina is because of what she did to Brad Pitt. Pretty much the same deal. She accused him of something he didn't do, and almost got him in trouble with this cancel culture. And it came out that she was full of shit. She almost lost her kids because she tried to use the kids to say Brad abused her on a plane. And I'm sorry, I can't like anybody who claims they're a victim when they're not, or they use that abuse shit. It's very dangerous. It's disingenuous to people who are really abused, and I can't stand anyone who misrepresents themselves as a victim. And I like Angelina Jolie, most of her movies. Some of them are fucking boring, and
I do see what Janie is saying, though. She goes, I don't approve of what she's doing, but I'm just saying that it's not quite the same thing as Amber, which is true because Angelina made her name before she really technically got with Brad Pitt, right? So she already had a career, standalone career,
oh
like
yeah, they were both
Janie pointed.
megastars.
Right.
I agree. It's not the same thing as far as Amber Heard straight up used Johnny Depp. That's pretty obvious.
Oh, yeah.
Angelina was from royalty. And to be honest, she really didn't have a great relationship with John Voight. So we could even say she built her career pretty much solely on her own.
Yeah.
I just don't like the aspect of what she did to Brad. It's along the same lines as far as these stars jumping on the bandwagon of this hashtag Me Too bullshit and thinking they could just make a claim for whatever. And to be honest with you, Squirrel, with that, I don't know what her fucking reasoning was for making that false claim. You know what I mean?
Oh, it was
Like,
the one that Angelina made. It was because of the
yeah,
divorce. It was about
yeah,
getting custody of the kids. That's really what it was about. That was
and
divorce shit.
yeah, and I think it's terrible. If he was a douchebag, which he's another one that's been proven, he's a pretty straight up good guy, even though I hate that fucking good looking son of a bitch. Um,
Hi,
that
Hen.
that fucking lady man who had both Angelina and Jennifer Aniston, you prick, couldn't be happy with one. No, you had to have a fucking challenge. You left Jennifer Aniston for Angelina. What kind of fucking baller ass move is that, Brad? You fucking handsome bastard. You
Wow.
good
The
looking
vengeance.
asshole.
How dare you?
How
And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just saying that it's a real life situation, especially when people take advantage of setting people up like that,
Oh, yeah.
getting them in trouble. Like I have a personal story, so we're gonna do story time with Big Rich.
Ooh, I'll put you full screen. Story time with Big Rich. Go.
So Mad Squirrel knows about this individual, my ex.
Mhm. Mhm.
So I lost my mother in 2013 to colon cancer.
Oh,
I
sorry about
lost
that.
her July 27th to colon cancer.
And she was truly one of the most magical people you would ever meet. She
Yeah.
was super smart. She was brilliant. She really was, and she was very kind. She had a really tender sweetness to her. She was very spiritual, very self-conscious. Like she was one of those people that would be so amazing to have long conversations with. You know what I mean? And
Right.
we did, but still, like in a room, you could literally talk to her about anything. So Big
Right.
Rich's mom, I guess that would be the Big Mama. Should we go
Yeah.
for that? Okay.
So
She
yeah, my
honestly
my
was awesome.
so my mom always, my nickname, side note, she used to call me Tiny. That was my nickname, Tiny. But anyway, so I was with someone back, and it was someone from high school, and we got together um September 2012. and her and my mom became close, right? Because during that time, my mom, she was going in and out of the hospitals, chemo, and all that stuff. And my ex at the time was in and out of the hospital a lot too. So that kind of made their bond strong, right? So after my mom passed, um, almost a year later, 2014, it was a little less than a year. Me and my ex were at the point now where things were falling apart between me and her. She decided that she wanted to move, which I was like, okay, cool, whatever it is, what it is. So, long story short, September of 2014, I went back. She was supposed, prior to me flying back to North Carolina in September, she was supposed to come get her stuff, right? I took off work and waited a few times for her to come get her things, and that'd be that. She never did.
Mm-hmm.
So I flew to North Carolina to be with family and all that because I haven't, my dad came out when my mom passed and everything, but I haven't been back home to see everybody. So I was going back home to see everybody. And during that period of time, what she did was she um, went behind my back, went to the house, not only took her stuff, took things that my mom bought me, um, and all that she left for me. Um, Took all of that, talking furniture, TV, refrigerator, all that stuff, right? After she did that, I'm still in North Carolina. After she did that, she ran to the court and got um, what do you call it, an order of protection or whatever.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So she went and ran and got that. Said that she feared for her life. Mind you, I am I am not a violent person at all. I'm chill, like super
And you're not
chill.
even in the state.
Yeah, I'm all the way on the other side of the country. So she ran to the court, and I know why she did it. She ran to the court to do all that after she stole everything out of the house. I flew back that night, couldn't get in the house because I didn't have my key because her aunt, which I thought I could trust, who I thought I could trust at the time, was supposed to pick me up. She never did. I had to call my best friend. He picked me up, and I went to her aunt's house to get the key. She wasn't there. So I went to the house to try to get in because my mom's dog, Isis, who I love that dog to death. She was in the house, and I was worried about Isis. And
Oh.
I went in the backyard and checked the patio window, and I looked, refrigerator gone, all that stuff was just
Oh my
gone, and my
God.
dog's just sitting there like trying, excited to see me, but I couldn't get in the house.
Oh my God.
So I'm blowing her up. Now, mind you, I didn't know I had an order of protection against me. I'm blowing her up. Like, where the fuck are the keys? I can't get in the house, blah, 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 blah. She was like, I don't know. Stop calling me, blah, 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 blah. And then in my head, I'm like, this bitch. So I called the cops, right? And I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
I wanted to report, my items being stolen. As soon as the cop pulled up, he said, "Are you?" Called me by name. Are you so and so? I'm like, "Yeah, you've been served." I'm like, What are you talking about?" "Yeah, you got an order of protection against you." I'm like, "What?" So me and my boy, he was pissed. I was pissed. I'm like, "What is going on?"
Right.
So I had to go to uh, court and everything.
Oh God.
I had letters from everybody like saying like, and I'm telling this judge like, look, I've never been a threat to this woman at all. I've never done anything or, that would, require her to go get an order of protection. She was out of the house for months.
Right.
I was there by myself. I had letters, and the judge was like, no, I don't want to see that. I'm like, what do you mean?
Wow.
So the judge made me do like 20 something hours community service, and I had a charge on me for something I never did. And then
Holy crap, dude.
so they made me do community service and still had the charge on me. I had to get a defense lawyer and all that to finally
Jeez.
clear that up. All because she wanted to be sneaky and steal while I was out of town and go run and get an order of protection. And it doesn't take much to get an order of protection. Like you could
Hi,
literally
Laura.
go in there as long as you know certain information, but like, yeah, I fear for my life, blah 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 blah. You get an order of protection.
That's
So I
bullshit.
definitely understand people
See.
abusing that. For people who actually need something, need an order of protection or need a restraining order. There's people out there, unfortunately, that take advantage of that mess,
Holy
and
shit.
they will do it without no problem at all. So yeah, I definitely understand that.
Yeah, and wow. What I gotta say about that is wow, holy shit. A lot of people in the comments were talking about sounds like AH and Johnny Depp
Yeah,
it happened to you, being blindsided like that.
yeah,
That is crazy, man. I'm sorry to hear
yeah.
that.
And it's sad because
Mm.
I went back North Carolina to be with my family, to mourn, and just to be close with everybody, and because my grandma back there, my mom was very close, so
Mm.
I went back to spend time with them and all of that, and come, kind of get away and try to, get some type of relief and be around family. So I'm doing all that to for the betterment of myself and to come back to that chaos. It was fun times. Fun times, definitely.
Premeditated bullshit, you
Exactly.
know?
So then, yeah, you've been in that situation that we're
You
gonna
and
talk about
Johnny
next.
Depp could bond.
You and Johnny, yeah, you and Johnny could be friends.
Your
Hey.
mom would totally love that. She would
Yeah, she
totally love
would.
that. She'd be like, I knew it.
She,
I knew
yeah,
it.
definitely.
So,
Definitely.
so let's dive into this because you bring up a lot of points, and that's why I really like this article. I don't know who these people are. Uh, D'Amica Claire, um, but I'm noticing that a lot of smaller news sites are actually getting it right, guys. CNN, MSNBC, you guys better get on shit.
CNN and MSNBC, they don't think they have to actually work or do journalism. They're too busy, like, catering to their selected corporation and
Oh yeah, they're
individuals.
too busy trying to remove us.
So you have to kind of go to alternative media and other places to actually hear the news. But I digress. Just saying. Stick it to the man, America.
That's right.
So
That's right.
Amber Heard using dirty tactics to cancel Johnny Depp from Hollywood. Like, this is a very scathing article. I think you guys who are all fans here of the channel, you're going to enjoy this one. They really dive into it. It was very well written, and good job to who wrote this article. I'm not going to try to pronounce that, but it's right over in this corner here. Anyways, you guys see Arjedas? These kids and their names. Johnny Depp has been in the hot seat ever since, and his Hollywood career is in turmoil. Now it seems that Depp wants to change his fortune by taking matters into his own hands. Johnny Depp has had a hard time for the past few years. I think he would say his 18-month marriage to Amber Heard sparked a long-running divorce war in which Heard claimed Depp was abusing her. And I liked how they even word this too, right? You notice some of the other articles we've read on this, they haven't used those keywords, claimed, alleged, you know what I mean?
Right. They kind of just glaze it over and say, well, alluding, they're more like in the negative towards that he did it.
Yes, instead of these are claims. They are not facts. They are what somebody is claiming. So right away, we're off to a great start. Um, in which Heard claimed Depp was abusing her. Johnny Depp even filed a lawsuit against the corrupt British newspaper, The Sun. Oh, I'm sorry, I ad-libbed that. After calling him a wife beater. However, Depp recently won a lawsuit in which he sought to see if 7 million USD paid to her had been donated to a charity as his ex-wife had promised. So what actually happened? If you did not know, Johnny Depp and his ex-wife Amber Heard have been involved in a case for a long time after Heard claimed Depp was abusing him. Depp said her allegations were false and untrue, and now the couple is in a 150 million USD war that will end next spring. Although Depp has been has never been convicted of any crime, he has seen the consequences of Heard's public allegations. Very well written. Like, I really like this. Yes, the consequences of public allegations, or the Twitter lynch mob, the fucking social media spin, the fucking these witch hunts that they're conducting, where you're guilty until proven innocent, which is not how the law works. The actor has lost the battle of humiliation facing the UK magazine. And to be fair, I do agree with that. He was grossly, because if you guys remember, I sat during that boring ass UK, get your shit together. Your trials are boring, okay? Stop being so formal. And for fuck's sake, take the wigs off. You look funny as fuck. Anyways, he lost the magazine The Sun, accompanied by Heard. He then lost his appeal to the organization, once again being fucked over by Britain twice. And since then, Depp has said Hollywood boycotted him, which I 100% agree. Refer to the movie Minamate. MGM, go fuck yourself, because they refused to release the movie. He finally got it pushed through, and it's finally being released to the US. I 100% agree that Hollywood has done this, because how many people, as soon as you get accused, have we seen they get attacked and fucking outcasted like the plague? Right. And the irony is, you guys hid Harvey Weinstein. Who did it?
And Epstein.
And Epstein, who had a fucking island that you guys went to. Are you fucking kidding me? And a man who, before all of the evidence started coming out, there was no basis that her accusations were actually fucking true. And then recordings with her voice came out talking about how she didn't punch him, Squirrel. She open hand slapped him. So therefore it's not abuse, right? He's being a baby.
Right. Of course.
She just slapped him. That's not abuse. If you fucking slap someone, or you call them names, or get drunk and go off, that's not abuse. That doesn't constitute as abuse. Are you fucking kidding me? This dizzy bitch gets me pissed off too. Once again, this goes well with the shit wine we had with the Baldwin, right? Because her justifications are the same Hollywood elitist bullshit. Oh, I didn't hit you, right? I slapped you.
Right.
What?
Yeah, that was a fun. Excuse me. It's one of those things with this, is that as this unravels with time and the more information comes out, and they're going to realize that she's not very lucrative in the end.
And just call me Hen. She remembers that. Yes, I know it was the appeal. Jesus Christ. Hen, I was trying so hard to. The sad part is I didn't even drink for that. I should have fucking drank. I drank coffee and I fell asleep, Squirrel. I drank fucking coffee and I fell asleep for that appeal. Holy fucking shit. See the differences between the behavior of JD and Epstein. Exactly.
Yeah.
There is Laura, there is a fucking chasm difference between the Epstein and JD, but they want to put him in that bracket, because when you put people who are falsely accused or suspected of stuff in that bracket, you are considering them as bad as those people. Squirrel, your legal Squirrel professional opinion. Would you put Johnny Depp in that fucking bracket? Would you even put him in the league of those two scumbags?
Oh, fuck no. No. I mean, we're talking about this was a divorce. in the end, this was a marriage that was falling apart from day one. And it just got more violent. It got more aggressive. There was no fixing that. Um, as far as like how Harvey Weinstein's crap and Epstein's crap, these are like open secrets of Hollywood that everyone knew about. And this is a much that's like a racket. These were men in I mean, major power. They had a ton of influence, a ton of money. They knew a ton of people, and they probably had blackmail in every single one of them. But in order to do the things that they were doing and getting away with, they had to been given that type of power. It's just far beyond this. This is a merit. This is completely, to me, it's like separated completely. This is a whole nother existence of a marriage that was just going sour and going south fast. And like I listened to all the tapes when they came out, and I was pretty horrified. Now I always kept in mind that he was aware he was recording it, obviously. So I mean, you can always take that as a bias, right? Okay, well, the individual that's recording it is probably going to be on their best behavior. But even so, everything that she was saying, it was evident that she was an instigator and she was
Oh yeah.
manipulative. And she was doing all those little techniques that a narcissist does to get their way. They're going to use their little feminine charms. They're going to turn the tears on. Then they're going to get angry because you're not buying into it, or they can't manipulate you the way they want to, get that control. There was all those signs. And outside of all the PR bullshit she was spewing, it just didn't mesh. So people who defend that, in my opinion, that her type of behavior are usually ones that want to emulate that. That's how they think the world works. That's how they think they're going to get up in the world. The Alec Baldwins in the world, right?
Yep.
They're used to spitting, cutting, hurting other people around them to get ahead, and they don't care because it's about them in the end. It's unfortunate that at the end of their life, the ones who spit and curse and act this nasty way, though, this very vindictive way, and very much like backstabbing and two-faced, and they play little games because they don't think anyone catches on to the gimmick. And there's a lot of these motherfuckers out there, and in the end, they fuck themselves. They always do. And believe me, it comes. It always does. It'll always come full circle. So whether it happens in a courtroom, it'll definitely happen in their life. And they won't have an audience to hold their fucking hand when all that shit comes collapsing down on them. That is going to be by their own hand. That's really what karma is. Karma is the truth coming home to roost. Do I feel bad for people who have karma that comes home to roost? Abso-fucking-lutely not. So if Johnny's done what's best, and I believe that he has, no one is perfect, he's human. But I believe that the karma for him will be her being completely unveiled and being completely exposed for who she really is. And everyone knows who she really is. And there's lots of people who are just like her. Do you see what I'm saying? That industry has built itself on different types of individuals. This is like a model who thinks that, I don't know, there's a great quote from what's his name? Damn it. Uh, but Don Henley's song, right? Where it was from Dirty Laundry, that song where it's like, I wanted to be an actor, but I wound up on TV. That's pretty much
Yeah.
what her ass is going to be,
I
dude.
remember that.
And every time I hear that line, I think of people like that in Hollywood. I'm a model. You're a model. I'm just basically a model on TV. you know, a manipulator, a manipulative model-esque with very little what they can actually say that has some kind of real truth to it without it being having to go through the stamp and approval of their handlers. So she's fucking an asshole. Do I think that it's going to come downhill? Oh, it already is. Every day of her life is going downhill because she's made these decisions. I don't have any empathy for people like that. I just don't. Wish I could be all loving and giving, but the truth is like people who act this way and hurt other people and are very manipulative and twist the truth thinking that's how they're going to gain something. They really do pay the price for it in the end, don't they? They really do.
They do. They do. And I'm glad the media is picking up on it.
Welcome back, Big Rich.
And we
Yeah, I
got
had
Big Rich.
to go do an evil deed for my job. Sorry
Oh,
about
okay.
that.
He's back.
Oh, that's okay. I understand. My soul is still in the mall right now. Um, he lost his role as Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean films after Disney started or I believe that stated the character. Oh, started the character in the franchise and his role from Fantastic Beasts from Warner Brothers. what measurements Johnny Depp is going to take from now on. Now Johnny Depp is finally talking about Hollywood's reaction to the case against him. Depp has been punished for alleged herd abuse and has been released on a number of projects, including the loss of his role as Grindelwald in Fantastic Beasts franchise. However, Amber Heard has been able to continue working in major Hollywood projects, including Aquaman 2, despite fans disputing the fact that Heard admitted to putting her hands on him and has been a victim of some of their hottest controversies. Since then, Depp has reportedly been looking for smaller studios to work with, and that his friend Tim Burton will include him in the project. But so far, we have not heard any kind of success. Recently, Depp talked about the tradition of cancellation, making a public declaration that no one is safe from it, and that anyone can say anything, even if it's not true, can bring you down. The actor noted that the cancellation culture is out of control, and he seems to be finding a way to ensure that he continue acting, even though many want him to get canceled. Yeah, fucking Twitter. Guess what? Dave Chappelle put it best. Twitter isn't fucking real. It looks like his company is looking to at the risk, as the actor has said, it will not always be safe and that viewers are feeling bored. Depp also said he would be very happy to play the film actor the company was producing when he felt connected to the role. The company will roll out a few projects over the next few years. Depp is not intended to appear in any of them, but as we can see, the actor is clearly determined and wants to participate in his company in more ways than the producer. So, good for him. He started his own company. Touched there a little bit on cancel culture, which I totally 100% agree with his comments. He's not the first one to come out. Hopefully, we get more people coming out. And this is what I'm talking about, folks, with why politics are dangerous in films and media, because it's having real world consequences on real world people who didn't do a fucking thing. The danger of the politics is not necessarily that, oh, it's ruining my entertainment. It's, oh, this has real world effects on the people who are not responsible for these things. And we still got fucking people getting away with things they shouldn't get away with. Fucking Lauer is what, and that other newcaster, the other fucking Cuomo,
Lemon?
is finally out of a job.
Oh, sorry, I have
Yeah.
dreams. Sorry.
Your favorite, the Cuomo brothers?
Whatever. Yeah, he's out. Shocking, I know.
So, I mean, finally, but that's what, one in about 5 other people that you hear about who get swept up in this bullshit. And, no, Hen, you've been here long enough. I don't make proper sentences, okay? That's for our UK viewers, all right? I speak improper Kryptonian. Okay, I've just started really getting accustomed to your Earth language. But no, I mean, on a serious note, this is the effect of this bullshit. This spans for more than just what the messaging is, but it has real world effects on everybody, and it even sweeps up innocent people, and that's my issue. It's gotten to the point of ridiculousness. Let me give you an example. Anyone know who Andrew Kaufman is? You don't, okay? But if I say Five Nights at Freddy, you now know he's the fucking creator. Want to know why he got ousted out of his company? For supposedly donating to Donald Trump's campaign. Now, look, I'm not going to get into the who likes Trump or not. I don't give a fuck. But just think about the concept. A man gave to a political party that was not favored and ousted for his company, for his God-given right to give donations. None of it was illegal. It was on the board. It's what companies do all the time.
Mhm.
But yet it was used as a way to oust him out of his company, a fucking game he started, by the way, that these fucking corporate leases have made millions and billions of dollars on, right?
Right.
Uh, so it's getting to a point where this stuff is being weaponized, and I don't believe in it. Not Andy Kaufman. I know who that is. Uh, that's Jim Carrey
Kaufman with
plays
a
him.
K. Yeah.
Yeah, from Man on the Moon, great movie. This is getting to a point where things are being now weaponized. They are weaponizing this information to get rid of actors, actresses, people in industry, anybody who doesn't play by whatever the rules are this week.
Kind of interesting. It's kind of like communism in a different light. It's just a
Right.
different shade. It's very interesting.
Yeah, yeah, and now it's being turned back on them, right? Because they created this. I don't feel fucking sorry for Hollywood, the apparatus. They created this, and they gave these fucking wackos behind keyboards the recognition that they didn't deserve, and the snowballed, and now they want to say, let's stop it. Well, where the fuck were you when people you wanted out of the way were getting rid of, right? I believe, and folks, you can let me know if I'm onto something or if you just think I'm off base. This is what I think the actual thing is. Johnny Depp is a very good actor, high caliber, okay? Has a big asking price, and well deserved. Because even in that movie Fantastic Beast, let's be honest, the best part of those movies was his performance. Uh,
Right.
they went downhill. Okay,
I mean,
pretty much.
and if Disney thinks that the Pirates franchise is going to do anything without Johnny Depp, they smoking crack.
Yeah, yeah. Johnny Depp is Jack Sparrow. You cannot fucking go
Hmm.
with an all female cast. Good luck, Disney. Fucking Mazel Tov. See how that backfires on you because you're on a fucking roll right now.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Encanto was the biggest pile of shit. Even my girl hated that fucking film. Okay, so you keep on pushing your fucking diversity, inclusion, fucking bullshit, and see how fucking far that gets you. Because every single shit show you've put out has been a total disaster. But okay, so that movie would have been a disaster. Now, this is what I think the real deal is, folks, and you feel free to let me know if I'm off base. But I think he had a high asking price. I think he's a generally good person,
Hmm.
besides his drug thing from back in the day, which pick a fucking number with stars. Robert Downey Jr., all of them have issues, so they can't use that, right? Then you might as well just fucking fire everyone in Hollywood. So they were looking for something, right? And I honestly think this was a way to take out another actor of high caliber talent so they can slot in who? A dumb fucking bitch like Amber Heard who will take any money they give and not ask questions because she's a fucking money grubbing whore. That's what I think it is. I think they were looking at two sides and who's the less expensive, right? Go with the cheap option. That's what I believe it is. And I believe you could see that with people like Chris Pratt and everybody else. And I'm going to get your guys' thoughts on the panel. But what do you think? Do you feel like this might be an actual concentrated attack on these old school actors to push them out of the way to
Oh
get these
yeah.
young, dumb talent in that they can pay fucking nothing to?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Who's the top paid actors now? Besides, I know The Rock is one of them, but who else right
That's a good
now is
question,
like,
Rich.
yeah,
I don't fucking know. That's an excellent question. Who from the old guard is left that has an ounce of talent that's
Well,
worth a damn?
this just pulling it up really quick. The highest paid Hollywood actors in 2021. The number one there is Daniel Craig, 100 million plus.
Worth it.
Second, yeah, the second one is Dwayne Johnson at 50 million.
Go Rock. Okay.
Um, Coming in at a third is Will Smith and Denzel Washington. Both of them are at 40 million.
Will
Okay.
Smith, I'm 50-50. He's got hits or misses. Denzel, worth every fucking penny. And Morgan Freeman better be on there. Because
The
that
Yeah,
next,
man's going to
you can never
narrate
go
my
wrong
fucking funeral.
with Denzel. You can never
yeah,
go
the
wrong
next
with
ones
Denzel.
on here is Leonardo DiCaprio and Mark Wahlberg at 30 million.
Okay.
And then the next on the list is Sandra Bullock, Ryan Gosling, Chris Hemsworth, and Brad Pitt at 20 million.
So I believe, okay, and look at that list, right? They almost got Brad.
Hmm.
I mean, pretty much just about everybody who's topping on that list has had some kind of bullshit come at them. Hemsworth is an angel, I'm pretty sure, sent from God. So good luck finding anything on him. He's the nicest fucking guy ever. I see said things all the time and see his comments like, good fucking luck.
Oh, hi, Jenny.
But like, yeah, half of those people you could see have been surprisingly quiet. And
Oh,
it's kind of curious. I'm saying this feels like to me a way for Hollywood to be even cheaper and use these kinds of tactics to target anybody they've tried to be getting rid of for years.
Yeah, I
They
think it
don't
really
like
because
Johnny Depp.
when was I'm trying to think of the last what was the last Will Smith? Oh, the King Richard movie. Actually, that wasn't bad. I watched that. About Venus and Serena. That
My opinion is that we need a fucking movie on them, honestly, and I'll explain why. Normally, when you do those docu series, and
right.
don't get me wrong, it's an amazing film, and Will Smith in particular fucking crushed it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Um,
He did a real good job on that.
he did a fucking tremendous job. That was like 9 pounds, Will Smith, like acting Will Smith.
Right.
Great stuff. But my only issue is, did we really need a movie on them yet? They're still in the sport at a lot.
Yeah,
Typically,
usually you would
you
have
have
like when
these
they're
movies later.
retired. Yeah, when they're retired or something, then you want to do a documentary. But I guess they hit them up. It was like, hey, we want to do a movie on y'all. So
hmm.
Yeah, that was my issue with this movie. It felt very like Oscar bait. And I
right.
can't stand these movies that come out like that because they feel like disingenuous, like, oh, we're throwing anything out for Oscar season. And they need to, because what the fuck else are
Hmm.
you gonna do? Fast Six? Okay, I'm gonna be completely honest. Fast Six should get or Fast Nine should get a fucking Oscar for that space scene. I'm calling it right now.
Oh,
If they
no.
are not nominated for something, fuck the Oscars again. I'm just gonna say it. They gave me what I wanted. I said, if they go to space, you can have my fucking money. God damn it, they did it. They did.
They should now
I
left it. They just got to do like a Transformers crossover with
Oh,
Fast, and it'll be
God.
good.
oh
Oh, God.
they do a Transformers crossover. Bitchy is a huge Transformers fan. Oh my god.
Oh yeah,
Our
like
two
Starscream is my guy. Love Star. That's my favorite Transformer.
Optimus. I know, old school,
I don't
but
know. I think it just Starscream was just sneaky. Like he's
he was
smiling
a sneaky
Megatron's
fuck.
face, but be plotting behind his back. That's why I like
Oh, she
Starscream.
heard Transformers and she came out and said, "I have been summoned."
Wow.
She heard it from the other room. We started talking about Transformers. She came out really quick, like,
I'm like, huh?
did
What's this?
someone say Transformers? But no, yeah, if they don't nominate fucking Fast and Furious, I'm done with the Oscars. That space scene, you come on, we can give them a bullshit Oscar. Cinematography or score, that's a bullshit category no one cares about anyways. Come on.
Yeah, they do
Get
have those categories like special effects and all that. Yeah.
I mean, we gave it to Black Panther. The
Hey,
Black Panther didn't
hey, hey.
Oh,
officially say they won an Oscar.
Nah,
oh.
let's change the subject.
Fucking Black Panther. Anyways, but
Oh,
no,
my God.
fast. It's fast as the year. I think and Rich, on that subject. To be honest, I will say this: Chadwick Boseman got fucked out of that. Dude, he got fucked so hard out of those Oscars that year. Even white as fuck Sir Anthony Hopkins said, yeah, I don't even know why I'm here. Like, that it sticks when your fucking winner comes out and goes, yeah, guys, I really appreciate you, nominating me for like the 16th time in my life. But yeah, we could have given it to the dead guy who did a great performance that you had a bullshit remembering thing for, and then you fucked him out of an award that he fucking deserved. Go Hollywood, way to be sensitive. Um, I remember Heath Ledger passing away, and don't get me wrong, his acting in Dark Knight is brilliant, but I've
Right.
always been on the fence on whether or not they just gave him the award because he died or he actually put in the work. It's a touchy thing, right? Because
I
it
think it could
almost
be
feels like
both because he did such a great job in that role.
he did.
But you kind of got to wonder, like, if he was still alive, would he have
Would
got
it
that?
have gone
Yeah, would
down
he have
that
got
way?
that Oscar?
That's always
Yeah,
bugged
He
me.
probably would have been nominated at the very least. Like,
yeah,
I
he would
don't
at
know if
least
he would
been
have won.
nominated. Yeah,
Yeah, and now we have Chadwick Boseman, who is fucking sick. And Rich, you would have been proud of me. I covered this. I thought it was fucking disgusting. He was sick during filming that movie
right.
and put in work up to with his dying. That's basically him on his deathbed, giving one of the best performances I've seen in a film in a very long time.
And you know what's
It was
crazy was
fucking
that
disgusting.
he honestly thought he was gonna beat it because he was getting ready to start training for Black Panther 2.
Right.
Yeah.
Um, so that's what's the sad part about it. Like he really thought he was gonna beat it and get ready for Black Panther 2. So that's just and people were kind of like making fun of him when they seen him. Like he was doing some kind of video for a charity. And
Hmm.
even I seen him, I'm like, whoa, why is he so, he
Yeah,
looks
that's
so
what I thought
funny.
too.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
is it for? I'm thinking like, oh, he's preparing for a role or something. That's what I thought at first.
Right.
So it came out of left field when it was announced he died. I was like, yo, but you don't, and that goes to show when people make fun, you don't know what that person's battling,
Right.
or going through, and
That's
when
why
people are
I
so
didn't
quick to
say shit when
talk
those
mess
pictures
about
came
someone.
out. I said that's kind of weird because he had the scarf and everything in it, and I
Right.
was thinking, I'm like, that's really weird, but I didn't want to put anything out there because as influencers, the minute we say something, people will have stupid fucking comments to say, especially a white guy commenting on it these days. Um, but something was off to me, and I said that a couple of times too. And yeah, and come to find out it was true, and it shows you, for all the inclusion and diversity bullshit, in all seriousness, like I know we joke back and forth, but in all seriousness, for this inclusion diversity bullshit that they push, the black man who gave a great performance and actually fucking deserved the award,
Hmm.
because I'm sorry, I love Anthony Hopkins as much as the next guy. That movie
Right.
was pretty good, but it was boring as fuck.
Right.
I'm just gonna say like I get the concept and Alzheimer, and it was a serious movie, and if a family member had it, I can understand them connecting. I
Yeah. I
personally
couldn't
Right.
thought it
make
was
through the film. I think he did. Uh, for my, there's a few actors. I've only seen like maybe two actors off the top of my head that have done their role as an Alzheimer's patient well. And I think that he nailed it so much that I had to stop watching the movie. Like, it really upset me. I was like, this is too much. Like, like he did an outstanding job. I'll give him credit. I think that's the point of Oscars is you need to have some major contenders involved in that, and how well does that actor blend into the character to the point where you forget that they are acting, you know,
Right.
and it becomes pretty much their other persona. And yeah, Anthony did an amazing job. It was an
Yeah,
amazing job.
and I have
I
yet to. I've seen the trailer for that movie, but I haven't watched it. I did see the trailer. You know a crazy movie I like that I thought he did a good job in, and I would watch it with my mom. Do you remember that movie that came out a few years back in 2011? Um, The Right.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah,
Exorcist movie. Holy
Oh
yeah.
fuck,
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know why I
dude!
love that movie. He played that part pretty well. I was
And to
like,
be
wow.
fair, that movie would not have been good at all without
Oh,
him in it. It would have been
Yeah,
like a
good night,
he
generic.
played
Christine. Christine's
because
heading out.
when he
Sorry.
got possessed, he played that part real good.
Oh, oh God, it was like Silence of the Lambs but possessed. And Christine, have a wonderful evening. Thank you for stopping by. But yeah, it's uh, and Squirrel, I'm sorry I don't feel that way. I found it fucking boring. Um, not his performance, but just I guess for me, I can't really relate to it, but I could recognize his performance in the movie was fantastic.
Mhm.
Very good portrayal to the point of like, holy shit, you didn't see Anthony Hopkins. You saw this old guy falling apart, going through what it was like to go through having dementia. God help us. I
Stages of
told,
Alzheimer's, essentially.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's one of those.
Alzheimer's.
It is boring to a point. I think it's definitely something that if you've been a caregiver, you've had a loved one, or you've just had a loss in your family, or have someone that's going through it. It's a film that's very well done in that way. Meaning mm, you're absolutely going through the experience with him, and it's really painful. Um, I think that's I couldn't make it. I tried and I didn't make it through. I was like, nope.
you know
Yeah,
what's
and you know
weird?
what's
It
funny?
wasn't
My
like
mom liked it. Sorry,
the
Rich.
no. I was just saying the movie that it wasn't like an Oscar worthy movie because it was a superhero movie.
Hmm.
But the first Guardians of the Galaxy, right?
Hmm.
That came out in 2014, a little over a year after my mom passed, and at the beginning of that movie was Star Lord, where he was a kid and he was on Earth, and his mom was dying of cancer.
Oh
And
yeah,
yeah, and
dude,
that
that got
part
me
really,
too.
yeah, that really, and I'm not really an emotional guy, but that part really, like, because I'm still like mourning, and just seeing that little scene was just like, man, come on, like it really like affected me that night. It was just
Dude,
tough.
you know what got me? Ant
Oh,
Man. And I'll tell you, because I'm a single father
Right,
and I've had those conversations, and I so connected with uh Paul Rudd. He played that character so good. Like the
right,
vulnerable moments of him just want I've been in that situation where like your kid is distant from you, so it's harder to connect with them. Fucking
right,
Ant-Man, I had a couple of scenes I watched where I got emotional during that movie because I'm like, fuck, I've been there. Like, I understand, dude. I understand you wanting to do anything to have that connection. And I think that's why it's bullshit when they say superhero movies aren't movies. Um,
right,
I think that's total bullshit. I think you could tell anything could have a good story. You could use anything just as the framing for telling that's the hallmarks of a good story, right? It's wrapped in something that audiences can engage with.
bless you.
But thank you.
He's choking up.
I was trying like hold it in. Audiences can engage with, but it's cleverly wrapped, right? It's wrapped in that little like Marvel superheroes, but
right,
when you open it up, there's something deeper in there
right.
that you can grab onto, and that's what I felt with that Chadwick Boseman movie. And look, that's I'm not the target audience for that film, and I
Yeah, you're
even said.
not.
And I even said, "Holy shit, this is a great movie!" Like, so that speaks volumes when you're
Right,
breaking barriers culturally.
right,
Um, I think it does give it a few more notches. And to be fair, because Mad Squirrel, my mom said the same thing. You had strong contenders there, but I still feel politics. Why? Because we've proven there's a bunch of crusty fucking white guys who've been on that panel since the fucking turn of the century, and God forbid they have to grit their teeth and give a fucking black man an award or an Asian. They're adverse to both because how fucking long uh, Jung Bong Ho finally broke that barrier with that amazing film Parasite,
Mhm.
right.
which I saw the stupid fucking YouTube rants about that. My God, those stupid fucking people going, it's bad because they don't speak English. You know what? Grow the fuck up. I mean, really, re- really, you don't want to read, so the movie isn't good. See, Rich is so upset he had to leave. I don't blame him.
Oh yeah,
Like,
he'll be right back.
Squirrel, how fucking ignorant are people where see, I can call this shit out. How ignorant are people when they don't like a movie because they have to fucking read subtitles? My girl doesn't
Yeah,
like reading subtitles. She fucking loves that movie. We went to see it together. We've seen it like twice.
I watch a lot of films that are subtitled just because,
They're better.
it'll, there's so many films out there that if you just give it a little bit of time, there's some great comedies and there's some great dramas from all over the world, whether that, be Spain or India or, I don't know, some of the Asian countries, Japan and, South Korea. There's a lot of really good films. I don't know. It's just like I know it's a pain in the ass. Like I can speed read too, so it's not a big deal. It's like, oh, okay. I can read through this very quickly. I can understand it being a pain in the ass though if you need time to read. Um, but yeah, there are some wonderful films out there. And oh my God, you know what pissed me off? I'm still pissed off. Oh man, Jenny and I were talking about movies that they're good films, but they're just really heart wrenching to watch. Like she was mentioning regarding Henry with Harrison Ford. Beautiful movie, but very
Mm-hmm.
difficult for Janie to watch. It's too reminiscent of her father for her. You know, um, but it kind of touches on that. I can't watch Rain Man. I fucking hate that movie. Yeah,
Oh my god, that is so fucking sad. It is
and
so. I've watched it twice, Squirrel,
yeah.
and Mama's Odd's very hard. There's few movies you'll even see a tear in her eye, but Beaches and Rain
Oh,
Man.
Beaches is hard. Oh man, unless I just want to be depressed forever,
Yeah.
I'll watch Beaches. But like, Rain Man just outright upsets me, like so bad. Like I can't even deal with it. Jenny was saying it's the nature of good art, right? But also that Robin Williams movie, Awakenings, was worse. Oh my
Oh
God.
yeah. Oh
Yeah,
god.
that's
That
instant
is a
tears. Ah,
well. And Mega Jetty One shout out dropping the Japanese movies, Soichi Challenged and The Hidden Fortress. Great movies. I salute you. Yes, I have watched those. The Blind Samurai, the Seven Chambers, or the 36 Chambers. Just there's so much good media that people
oh.
are robbed of because of, oh, we've got to read subtitles. Um,
Jenny says I used to hate watching foreign films until my mom started going deaf and needed subtitles. It taught me how
mhm,
to read and watch at the same time. Yeah, and it's interesting too because sometimes the dialogue doesn't necessarily follow what you could hear the ad-libbing of the actors, right? When they
mhm.
were doing a scene, or sometimes due to translation, things will be a little off as far as interpretation. But it's interesting in that way. Rose Matter brought up The Color Purple. Yeah.
Fuck that movie.
Oh
I
my
can't
God.
watch that fucking movie without that movie makes me hate myself. I'm like fucking white people, like,
Dude,
bro,
I can't.
dude, that movie is fucking. Oh man, it's too much. Oh my god, I watched that movie and I get to that self hating. Like maybe Twitter might be right. Maybe we're all shitty people. Like no,
Like
like
there's some movies out there that are like they get in your head a little bit or they tap on something emotional and um it's weird. Like there was, oh God, what's the actress's name? Uh oh my God. It's shit, she's a wonderful actress. It's Ed Harris's wife, Amy.
oh
Oh,
yeah,
Amy. Oh, I feel so horrible because she's such a great actress and she did a couple performances in some films. It was outstanding. She's just a great theater actress in such a way that she's so well-rounded and she blends so well into her characters. But she had a very small I did watch that series, which I can't recall right now, the one that was with Lily Tomlin and Jane Fonda. And oh, good night, Laura B. But it was that series that was on there about the two aging ladies, and just they're going through divorces, like their husbands, which are Martin Short and Sam Walton, end up getting together. It's funny, like it's a funny show. I know it's like a little off the wall, whatever, but um, Amy had a role there, and she was playing the spouse of Sam Elliott on the series, and she was developing Alzheimer's, and the way that she performed it I wish she had gotten more screen time, in my opinion. I would have loved to seen more of her character before like the dementia got severe enough with the Alzheimer's. But she did it so well, I had to stop watching because it was upsetting. Um, and because there was a scene where Jane Fonda had she realized that this Sam Elliott's wife had Alzheimer's, and she was kind of like indirectly not realizing she was the other woman, because he had been losing his wife for years, to Alzheimer's, and it was so well done. And I've thought about writing her a letter just to tell her how great that was. Honestly, I think actors should, if they do it well and it touches somebody, I think that that is a credit to the art that they do. Frankie and Johnny. Oh my God. I can't even watch that movie. It's been so long. That's another really
And you
great
know
film.
what? To give a shout out to Marvel, and I'm so glad that this character is getting recognition. Charlie Cox as his performance in Daredevil.
Mm,
Um, he did a lot of work with the blind community. Every movement he does, like when he's not, of course, when he's not Daredevil, he went and talked with people who are blind and things like that, their actions, how they see things, how they respond to certain situations to get a feel for it. And uh, the actress who's in it, I forget her name, but she was in True Blood. She was one of my favorites, the blonde hair chick.
hmm
She's married to someone who's blind. So she also like had input in the script on like certain things uh that you would do if you were blind, like the way you'd set things up. So when they
Right.
set up the set and things like that, everything, the way he lived his life, that was all feedback that they had gotten. So
Mm.
there's a lot of productions and stuff out there that don't get credit for doing the work and really researching this stuff. And it speaks volumes to right, because you're representing a community of
Yeah.
people, and
Yeah.
it's very important you don't disrespect that when you're filming. So it's great when you got actors like that who give these performances. And I agree with you 100%, Squirrel. Like uh, we always kind of rag on stars and things like that, but it's important too to give shout outs to the people who really give a shit and put in the work, because it must
Because,
be hard for
yeah,
them,
because
because you got to do
sometimes,
that role for
right.
months.
And sometimes their role, like Amy's role wasn't very big, right? But it was so well done and it connected in the right way. So you don't necessarily need to have, you know, a 2-hour film to make an impact on a role. Sometimes it's literally a window, right? Just this window of time, and you get a very harsh glimpse into someone's life or the struggle they're going through. And it blends so well, not just because, maybe you're emotionally attached to what that's connected to, but because legitimately you feel like you're in the room with someone that you have seen either struggle with something or go through this hardship or illness or whatever it is. And I think it speaks a lot to their understanding of the actor, of the emotions that's involved in it, and they've done their research or they've looked into it at some point, as they were maybe there throughout their career. They've had other instances of something that fed into creating that image. I think it's really interesting. One of the things that I'm sorry, I'm scrolling because it got a little lost here, but Jenny Godden said that she can't watch the one Robin Williams movie called Dead Poet Society without getting mad because it reminds her too much about shit in her own life. Just that emotional connection to the film. That other Robin Williams movie, What Dreams May Come. Oh
Oh,
my
fuck that
God.
movie. I can't do that. Oh, I
Woo!
can't do it. And I don't mean it in a bad way.
It's
It's just,
it's a
oh,
beautiful movie, but it really it's
the
it's
whole
fabulous in
the
the way that
death
it rolled
and
out. It was beautifully
oh,
done, but it's so there's so much visual stuff going on in that film that it is like taking the journey with him, and you're seeing all these struggles, and it kind of leaves you, it's fulfilled, but at the same time it's still this weird detachment. There's a detachment to that experience, And the reincarnation angle is interesting, but that movie's heavy. I'm like, good Lord, I went to the theater to see that. When it came out, I was like,
Oh my God, I remember
oh,
first, I was on a big Robin Williams kick back in the 90s, after Aladdin and everything. And I wanted to, and I really dove into his filmography, and I
mhm.
started watching everything he ever came out with. And there's certain performances, and that was one movie where I've only watched it once, and not because it's a bad movie, but just because of the subject matter. You really fucking sit there and ponder the fucking meaning of life after seeing that movie.
Yeah.
Like it's like, oh my God, like, and when they say that saying of they don't make movies like they used to, that's what I think about. It's not necessarily the quality, because let's be real, every fucking movie's $100 million. Of course
Yeah.
they all look good, and it
Yeah.
makes it hard when I'm rating stuff. Okay, they all look good, fucking good for you, you finally figured it out. But it's the substance that's lacking in
Mhm.
this new age. It's the substance and the texture behind what you're trying to put across. And that's why and yes, I'm going to always fucking bring this movie up. Shout out to Stevie J Reviews, fellow homeboy in our war for Joker being promoted every fucking day we can. But Joker, that's why I adore that movie so well. The way they handle mental health, I
Mhm.
think, was outstanding. I didn't feel like it was disrespectful. I felt like it was a scary and much needed look into the healthcare system.
Mhm.
If you don't pull anything else, taking the DC angle out of it, right? If you just look at that film for a film basis, right? On let's dive into what the movie is talking about, and uh especially in this modern age, I feel like it's such a great movie on just a broken man who doesn't get fucking help from anybody and snaps. And it's scary because it could happen. The way they set it up, anybody could be a Joaquin Phoenix waiting to happen, because and I think that's why it rubbed the critics the wrong way, because it
Right.
really was a look on the fuckery that's going on right now,
Mhm.
with the
Mhm.
way people are humiliated, degraded, treated, the cutting off of vital uh, systems that we need. We talk about it. There's people in the chat who we talk about it, with abuse victims not getting help, right? Okay, all of these things that have been compounded and building up, and that movie is a view that no one wants to look at, of what happens when you ignore people who need help. Uh,
Right.
Especially so many favorite lines, but my favorite lines was when he said, "If you see me on the street and you just walk over me, right?
Right.
He's like, pleading for help. Got his ass beat in front of everyone. Everything in that movie is designed to show the world's acceptance to what's going on. Like, we've just become conditioned to accept how people are treated, which is at times fucking poorly. Just go on Twitter for 5 minutes and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
Right. And that's why you have, so many people either committing suicide or they snap. And then people are shocked and wondering, well, why are you snapping? What happened?
Yeah.
What made you like this? And you're like,
Mhm.
well, look at how this person was being treated. Nobody gave a shit until that person snapped. Now everybody
And
want to play
now
victim.
everybody has something to say. And that's the thing that I like about that movie.
Mhm.
Um, I especially love that speech he gives at the end,
Right.
where when what do you get when you have somebody that with a system that's disregarded and rejected, and all this stuff. Actually, Bitchy knows it better than me. She surprisingly has seen that movie more than me, but and he's like, you get what you fucking deserve. Like, that was just like the exclamation point on everything.
Mhm.
And that's why I've
Yep.
argued for this movie for so long, was because it really was like, yeah, it was a statement tastefully done. The politics weren't either way, It was just showing. It was a mirror that nobody wants to fucking look at
Right.
on the way we've gone societally.
Oh yeah,
Right. Like,
and how we
and
treat,
oh, I'm sorry.
abuse.
No, go ahead, Squirrel.
Oh, sorry. How we treat people who either have mental health issues or are in abusive situations or neglect, which neglect and abuse are the same damn thing in my book. But violence. Janie says violence is usually not the first response for anyone. Usually, it's the last resort of people whose cry for help has been ignored. Correct.
Exactly.
Exactly. And we've seen that in the
Exactly.
movie. We
Right.
saw
Hmm.
that. He
Right.
went to the therapist. He tried to do comedy. He
Hmm.
thought he was with a girl. Clearly,
Right.
he was breaking, right? They show all those steps that this man took, and we created the Joker. And I like that aspect of it because it rings true. We created this problem, and then we uh, condemn the issue afterwards. Well, it's too fucking late. And this kind of ties everything together with the Baldwin thing, right?
Hmm.
They created this thing for years, okay? And it's culminated into somebody losing their life. It's like it's all connected, man. It's all connected. Um,
I think it's reflective on society. Like right now, with that young man who went to the school recently and shot you know um, fellow students and things, and his parents tried to take off on him.
yep,
Um, I think in that situation, especially, I think it's sad that that young man had obviously had a lot of trouble. He had a lot of neglect. There had been neighbors who had reported it, the neglect of the young man, and obviously he had red flags in his behavior, and the parents didn't give a shit one way or the other. And it's almost like they had a kid and it's like the novelty. They just had the child and they stopped parenting him. And then, they just threw either toys at him or money at him, and yet they were drinking and carrying on and acting like assholes. And so there's this lack of accountability with children. And I don't think this is something I want to say because I've noticed this reoccurring theme that people don't quite understand. Like when I disappear and I'm MIA, I'm taking care of my kids, I'm taking care of my family stuff. Having children is not a novelty. It is not something where it turns off at night when you go to sleep. You are 24/7 on. So it's not like um it's not like a hobby, okay? It is dedication, it's caregiving, it's being involved, it's always trying to stay ahead and trying to get things on the right track and help your children.
especially when the little dictator asks you, "Hey, Dad, I've got a crush on a boy," and you look in the mirror
Mhm.
and you say, "I always knew this day would come, Zod. You
Right.
prepared for this. You."
So these are things as parents, like you're on all the time. It's not something that's just on the weekends.
Yep.
And
Right.
I don't think people quite grasp this. And it's a labor of love too. It's not quote work. Okay, it doesn't mean it's always like sunshine and roses. There are some days where I honestly think these kids want to meet Jesus in person, and I don't know why. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I
It's
don't know
stuff like
why.
we all deal with, and I've talked to Squirrel about some of the issues I've had with the mother of my kids,
Right.
but that's a whole different story. But
Hence
yeah,
right.
it it takes a lot, and you know, my thing is when you have kids, that selfishness goes out the window. All that
Mhm.
stuff, all that goes out the window. You got a kid now. That's you know, all that stuff you're doing prior gets put on the back burner,
It's true.
and a lot of these parents still are selfish after having kids, and you hear some of the worst horrible abuse stories and with kids what they've gone through with their parents and stuff like that, and it's just like certain people just do not need to have kids at all. Like, just
No.
don't have kids,
If that's
please.
a good segue to this comment,
Mhm.
a bit of a hot take, but I'm going to give my own view on this for a second. Janie Davis says, "I'm not trying to upset anyone, but the stigma against abortion is partially responsible for bad people becoming bad parents." And I want to say, I'm one of the people who sit in the middle and look at this issue logically. I don't agree with it on certain aspects, and I'm talking about it as a use for contraceptive. And I think when you bring up this argument, uh, you're either pro or against, and I feel like there is the middle party where it's like I understand the need for it as far as rape and things like that. Uh, uh, but I don't think it should be endorsed as a, hey, I'm 17 and let's throw this option out there. There should have been responsibility and accountability set up, by the way, by the school and the parents. But that's probably a whole nother fucking stream we can do. But just tackling that, I do agree with some parts of that statement, Jenny,
Mhm.
is that there is a need to make a bad guy, right? And back in the days, us all growing up, this seems to be a never-ending issue, right? Abortion was made the bad guy, black and
Mhm.
white, good and evil. And it's not really that simple, which is why
Mhm.
it's such a never-ending debate, right? It's a
Mhm.
philosophical, moral, and at times it comes down to personal belief system
Mhm.
where you'll get the pushback. And here's my issue with this is that I do agree in a certain sense that we have not uh I think it's more or less not on the people, but on the training of contraception, making kids aware. Like, look, I had to talk with my daughter. Did I want to have that talk? Fuck no, I did not. I never
Right.
want. Look, I don't. I told her I don't want to know or meet the young man until there's like, because I told her flat out. I go, I love you, but I will never approve even when you're 40, anyone you bring home, you're always going to be my little girl. That's how I'm going to see you. That's the deal. Someday you'll understand when you have kids, but you're always
Yeah.
going to be my little girl. So I'm always going to see you as that. And at the same time, though, I'm not going to deny you relevant information you need to fucking survive, because that's the problem, right? We're not telling kids about the other options. No matter if we don't agree with them having sex or whatever, we still have to arm them with the knowledge
Mhm.
because we are protecting them. And
Right.
Right.
people are so fucking soft and whatever, and just want to sweep it under the rug, and they don't want to give their kids the proper training. So now they get into a situation, they're at a party, because let's be real, we can't monitor our kids 24/7, right? So they're at a
No.
party, a
Yeah.
situation arises, we haven't armed them with that knowledge, and they have to make the decision
Mhm.
without any basis for a correct decision. Okay, because they're still going to make the choice either way, right? Guy or girl. Um, but we didn't give them the proper tools to make the choice uh, one way or the other for it to
Right.
be sensible,
You want
right?
them to make an educated decision that's in their own best interest. And, the truth is, when it comes, I do think that, yes, I think that that did contribute, like, meaning abortion, the stigma around abortion definitely contributed to, and also the stigma of you have to get married, you have to have kids. You're kind of, you end up as a female back in the day. Okay, even I would say hell into the 80s even, it was a stigma, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
you had to do all these things and then you were screwed, stuck in a marriage. So if you got divorced, then there was a stigma associated with that. And also too, it was like, because my mother was a single parent. um Even though they were married and all that other crap, he was MIA. And so from 2 years old on, it was just her and I and my grandparents. And my grandparents played a major role, thank God for that. But there are certain people, and I do strongly believe this, there are certain people who shouldn't have children, um, because they thought that. I do think this is another thing that contributes. I know it's a little complex. I don't believe that abortion should be used as a birth control. Obviously, that's stupid,
Right.
and it causes damage to the body over time, especially depending on how frequently or often you're utilizing that. I believe that abortion should be, well, number one, whoever's getting one or has had one, just having the education there and the support. I think that women's health care is fucking light years behind where it should be. I don't believe that women's health care is only abortion. I believe that abortion's part of it. It's a minor, what do you want to call it, a very minor piece in a giant puzzle that apparently they're just figuring out. They're so used to
Right.
fear mongering women's health care. It's unbelievable, right? But I think that with abortion, it's something that was stigmatized so much that, yes, I think it contributed to some parents who should never have had children. But I also think there's a lot of men and women that had children because they thought it was part of the absolute necessity of having children just for the novelty of having them because they didn't realize that a child would take 24/7 requirement. They think it's like a purse or a Gucci bag, kind of like Amber Heard. So
Yep.
you have that novelty of how they treat children. But,
Right.
you know, I think
I
that that with children, once again, it's about education. With my daughter, we've already started the talks. Like that's started early. Um, Day one, like the moment that we're going into as a female, definitely got to have that talk because we're talking puberty and all the fun stuff. You guys have already you're starting. Well, actually, no, I don't know about Zod, but I don't know. But the journey
yeah,
of puberty, I'm assuming
yeah.
is arrived for everyone here.
It's a tough conversation because like I know like my oldest is 16. My youngest just turned 15. Nina's oldest is 22, just turned 22. Then she has an 18-year-old and a 17-year-old. They're all and it's like the reality is they're all gonna have sex one day. I don't
Yeah.
want to think about that. It's gonna go down. And I told my girls a while back, I said if you girls want to live your life without kids, that is absolutely fine. You girls,
Right.
I told them you don't need to have kid. You don't need to have kids. And I tell
No.
them all the time. I have plenty of friends that are living their life. They are kid free. They don't have kids.
Absolutely.
It's not mandatory.
Nope.
Um, I
Y-
think you know
Your ability to
um
have kids should not be it should not be about the value of you as an individual. I think that's the shitty part, and I know Rose touched on this. She said it was the stigma that the stigma of women and children are seen but not heard, and being pregnant out of wedlock was like a huge no-no. Girl, absolutely. Shit, I was still dealing with that shit in 99, 98. People were
it
and
still
and
playing that
and
shit.
Hannah had a pretty interesting point too. Said, "I'm sorry, not making or making kids aware. You have full grown middle aged women
Right.
that have accidental pregnancies and no contraception
Well, that's
is
because they're not
100
really women. These are children having children. It's
right.
a
exactly." And I'd
mental
say,
maturity level,
Hen, that falls into the same thing because now we're getting older generation from like when I was growing up and stuff like that,
Hmm.
who weren't getting the information and now are making those choices as adults, but they don't have that framing. And you still have women too who have that framing and ignore it. So, and that's the tricky part about the discussion. Why it's so taboo is because, for me at least, and I don't know about you guys, but for me, it's either side can make, if this was, let's put in my favorite thing, if this was legal terms, right, and we had an open court debate about this, it'd be a pretty fucking close debate because both sides have very relative points to saying yay or nay. You know what I mean?
right?
It's not an issue, and it's what pisses me off, especially when we talk about government, is focusing on these issues where there's no clear, real yes or no, right or wrong answer. If you guys don't know, I was part of a spec ops team, and
Oof,
I've
God,
seen the gray in the world. Okay. Everybody wants to frame everything, and I'm a little tipsy, so hopefully I don't say anything fucking classified. But any everybody wants to frame everything as a black or white, and fucking Congress is notorious for this. They want to frame everything in a yes or no, black and white, right and wrong. But the truth of the matter is 99.9% of the world is gray. There's a middle
yeah.
area where we're all living. And
You mean
fucking
normal
people,
day-to-day
yeah,
living?
yeah, everyday living. These people in their fucking ivory towers and their white castles looking down on us. They don't look at the middle ground where the rest of fucking society sits.
No, you're right.
Um, and before, as you know, Father Zod, that's why we debated a lot. Usually he'd be like all the time, "You're going liberal on me." I go, "No, I fucking started living in the world, and it's not
You're
Right.
like, I'm living that life, guy. You know?
Yeah.
it's not black and white. It's not yes and no.
Hmm.
There's a
And
lot of areas in this world, that shades of gray where normal society lives, and it's not a simple this is wrong and this is right.
This is
It's
sorry, go ahead.
it's what is best to go about this thing that people can do, right? Um, what is the best way to educate people to not having to resort to something that extreme? Because it does take a toll on your body, right?
Oh yeah.
Right.
There's extremes to this. There's legitimate risks. So I look at it more as, how can we avoid being here?
Hmm.
And when you really boil it down, it comes down to school systems, parenting, things like that, things that we could all fix societally. But that's not sexy, right? That doesn't
Yeah,
sell
right. That isn't going to
It's
buy you
not. I
votes,
mean,
baby.
let's keep it all the way real. Grow in our generation and generation after, you know, every teen pregnancy shot up, especially in the 90s. I remember eighth grade seeing one of the girls in my class came in pregnant. I'm like, the hell, you know. So it's a real in this day and age now, especially the social media age. Every other girl's on TikTok or Instagram twerking or Snapchat. You got guys on a hunt all the time, and it's not like it wasn't going down like, you know, when I was in high school. I was playing football and doing all that, and you know, when your puberty kicks in, um it sometimes all bets are off because
Yeah.
you know it's that real world
Hormones.
experience. Yeah, you
Mhm.
can sit there and be like, oh, I'm not going to do that, but then real world experience, you're just like, ooh, you know. So it's same thing with drugs or whatever. um they
Yeah,
try
we
to
could
do
go
the
across
whole
100 topics, Rich. You bring up a good point.
right.
Any of these hot button issues, we could sit here and
You know.
debate amongst ourselves with our chat, and that's why I don't touch these things, because it's inflammatory for a reason, and that's because you can go either way with the argument, because there is no clear right or wrong answer as the fucking world works. Thank you for coming by, Hen. Have a good night.
Night hen.
Um, and speaking of which, we probably won't get to these next two articles, Squirrel.
It's all good because I know that you're holding out for PB.
Yeah, I might save these for tomorrow night, along with the video from a surprise guest. We'll keep those for tomorrow so
Yeah.
that people can get the full joy of that. But no, I think this is far interesting. Hey, YouTubing life, right? We start with Alex
Yeah.
Baldwin and end with teen pregnancy.
Well, I think,
Um,
like one thing I do want to say on that is that with teen or just pregnancy in general, right? I was talking to Calm Squirrel about this, and this is how I've always felt about it. Um, if the laws have swung in different directions historically with abortion and forced sterilizations, it has swung both directions, not just in the United States, but in the UK as well, in Australia, so on, right? So to have anyone politicize what I can and cannot do with you know, my own body or whatever that is, um, it can swing in both directions. If I had been if I had had my eldest squirrel during a different time in history, I never would have had him, and I would have been forcibly sterilized. And it's one of those types of things that I think about because that pendulum can be swung in both directions.
in
And I
any
don't
way, yeah.
and I that's the part where I think government should stay the fuck out of healthcare. I think they need to learn how to regulate themselves. I think they just use this as political cannon fodder between both parties. They're both accountable for this nonsense bullshit where they're inviting other people into your bedroom and telling you what you can and cannot do and telling you, well, we're, we have morals. We don't want to see an innocent child killed. And then other people are like, well, how do we know it's not just a fetus and blah, 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 blah. You know what, motherfucker? That is my business to deal with. If you have a vagina, you got yourself one of those. That is your fucking business. You get to carry that one direction depending on what decision you make for yourself is now upon your shoulders. I'm not going to be able to go over to this politician's house and say, hey, do you want to hand me another pad because I'm still bleeding after that abortion? No, no. They don't fucking care. They just want to use this as a way of keeping people going and voting and doing all this bullshit. It's just another way of divide. They need to stay the fuck out of our healthcare. They don't even know how to run them fucking selves. Really, truly, they don't. And they
And
say
Senate
this is
made a
wrong.
great
You
point.
know,
He said, "Bro, let me tell you about pregnant teens. There were so many of them bitches at my high school. They opened a
Oh
section
boy.
of the school as a baby daycare. Shit was crazy."
oh my,
It
yeah,
it really depends. What's when it came to that, what school you're going to, and how wild you know
hey
kids
TJ.
were back then. Yeah, it.
Dude,
I know
I
the
remember that they
school.
had it at my high school too, like the daycare center. It was
Yeah,
filled with
like
all the students' kids.
yeah, my high school there was a good amount of chicks that were pregnant or whatever, but
Oh my.
it was crazy. It was wild. Like if you go and some chicks were very experienced already. I'm like, what the like?
Yeah,
It's just crazy.
shit. The girls have changed even from now. And I appreciate that we could, I think this is really telling because we're just some personalities on YouTube, right? Doing commentary. Fuck you, media. I do a better commentary than you do. But, anyways, we're just commentating on stuff, right? How is it we can sit here and have this discussion? The chat's very lively. People are joking and having a good time, right?
Hmm.
This is my issue with these topics is we can talk about these things, and I think we need to talk about
Hmm.
these things, but we've gotten to a state where you have to almost be careful with what you say, uh, because you get attacked by one side or the other.
Oh yeah. Oh
It,
yeah,
it,
definitely.
yeah, instead of laying down a conversation, right?
And
And,
it's like
and we,
it's up to you. It's like when I tell them it's your individual choice. you know in the end, it's the choice that you get to make for yourself that's the most vital and important. But you have to remember how history works, where the pendulums swing all the time, where morally they were shoving this stuff under. I wrote so many papers about the eugenics programs, not just here in the United States, which is obviously a big one, but also California was one of the leading states that was part of the eugenics program, along with Indiana. And they were still sterilizing people until the late 70s, and here in the United States, in the state, I think it was North Carolina, to be honest with you. Um, and they weren't telling women they were being sterilized. And they happen to be minorities. They happen to be people in certain classes of individuals, or people
Right.
that had complications. And it's sad because these things can happen. And that's why politics, being involved in that part of choice, is dangerous to begin with. I hate the left for what they've done. I hate the right for what they've done regarding this. They've just used it to divide and conquer and play these little games politically. And it's really just a big, what is it? It's a donkey show in Tijuana. That's what the fuck this is.
and I've
And,
been to those.
oh
They're
my.
more classy.
What
Oh my
the?
God. But I think it's important to talk about it because they don't want you to come to a middle ground. They don't want you to say, well, yeah, choice matters. I
I
mean,
mean, I hate to say it, Squirrel, but it's the truth. It's not sexy enough when people agree. That's what it comes down to. It's not cool enough. They don't have the platform, right? If everyone agrees on something, if we have these discussions and this civil debate, and we're really laying out facts, it's a dangerous thing because then they can't politicize and platform on anything. And look, I'll be honest with you guys. I vote conservative. I've always been conservative. Don't get the pitchforks out and spike me or whatever. Um,
Oh,
that
I'm not a politic. I don't care about politics.
yeah, you're that. You're probably more sane for that. But
we're all saner for it.
because you
I'm
don't
I'm
have
like
to be
fuck
in
them both. That's how I am.
yeah, you're not in that perpetual state of being angry, but uh
It's a way of life. Welcome to America, right?
yep. But I've come to realize, and I really thank the military a lot for this. When you get in the service and you see how fucking dirty each side is,
Mm-hmm.
you get a hard realization that at the end of the day, and at least for me and for everyone, get a little bit of a sappy zod here, it's the people that matter. Because the politicians don't give a fuck about you. Spoiler alert, neither side. So if you're right or left, you're being fucked by one dick or another. So good luck picking that. Um, it's it's about it's about the people. We've lost the whole fucking point of a republic, right? Or I'm sorry, a democracy. Whoa, went back to Rome there for a second. Of a democracy.
Right.
Hail Caesar.
Oh my. Security. I'm bringing the gasoline tank. You got an instrument? Okay.
Hold on, I got my jacket. I'll throw it on. We've lost the point of what it's supposed to be about in a democracy. I think that's the issue we're having. It's not
In a
the
republic.
right or left where they've been platforming. It's the middle. It's the people we've lost sight of in all of these issues, right? I almost feel at this point we have to have a forum of people talking, right? Rather than parties, because parties are
Right.
run by people. People are flawed,
Mhm.
right? And the system was never designed in the way that it's become. When
Mhm.
you really think about how the forefathers, when you really go back in time, right? It was almost like a committee back in the day,
Mhm.
right? You still had your top officials, but it was very committee. It was very ground level, and we've lost that perspective of it.
Mhm.
We've
Mhm.
lost the most important part of the people and what they feel, and it's why we have culture wars and everything brewing up.
It's true.
Mega Jetty says at Mr. Zod's Phantom Zone, I was smart enough going independent. I'd rather be in the middle party over the right and the left, and that's the truth. And see, I've had a lot of people left or right that have hit me up in comments going, "Wow, like when we came to your channel and heard some of your views, I was ready to assume this, but then I watched what you were saying and realized you're like very centric." And I'm like, "Yeah, I identify as one, but." In all actuality, I've slowly been going in the middle and realizing that it's not black and white. It's not right or left. It's what the fuck is going on with society.
Mhm.
And that's what we're missing. Society. Fucking society. We're cutting out the people who keep your fucking apparatus running, right?
Right.
At the end of the day, voting won't mean shit if people don't give a shit to vote for you. And
Right.
people bitch about Trump, but why did that happen?
Yeah.
Uh,
What led up to that? You know?
What led up to that?
Good Lord.
Exactly.
Oh man, everything. And that's the thing is like everything has just gone in a certain direction for a purpose, not because he'll be right back. Um it goes in that direction because it's almost like a controlled demolition to a greater extent where they're always rebuilding some kind of new narrative so they can either pass legislation or they fire up certain things. It really sucks. Like it just sucks right now.
Some great comments. Planet Q's
Mhm.
Queen says the politicians supposed to be volunteers and not paid. It wasn't supposed to be a career at Mr. Sod's Phantom Zone and Mad Squirrel.
Mhm.
I 100% agree.
Mhm.
Absolutely. We've turned it into a position, and it was really supposed to be a voluntary service, right? And look, I get the fact we live in a world that's around money. Realistically, these people do need to get need to get paid.
But they're
How
public
much?
servants, right?
How much is still up for debate? All that shit. That's
The
a whole nother
lobbyists and shit. Yeah.
that's a
Mhm.
whole nother rabbit hole.
Mhm.
Karen says if you want to learn some good things about the government and how things have gone to shit, you can watch Bailey Sauron Dark History. She has
Mhm.
some great stuff on her channel. I'll definitely go and check that out. Ancient One had a great one, said absolutely Mega Jetty one, because if we have a left wing party and a right wing party, there has to be a body party to support both wings of the parties. Very I wanted to highlight that was uh, very well worded, Ancient One. I 100% agree. Um, right, you have two wings, but where's the
Right.
middle? Where's the thing supporting those two wings?
Mhm.
And that's pretty fucking evident in all of the things we've seen going down. And it's becoming not even a right or a left thing. Both sides are fucking up. We've given right power and we've given the left power, and they seem to have a spectacular ability to fuck it up both ends. It's mind-boggling. Jenny Godden says, but even government don't care about people who are voting for them. Exactly. Politicians are supposed to be our voices in the House, but not now. We vote for them. They work for us. Exactly.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
that's the thing where I stopped getting into the debates about it, Squirrel.
Oh, I know. It's I think when people start getting into that right and left and they start to get into that really deeply, um, they'll start to realize that those particular groups, it's a collective thinking, it's collectivism. And when you have people who are collectivists, inevitably, they lose themselves in that bandwagoning behavior and they start to turn a blind eye to what their party is doing, for better or for worse. In most cases, it's been worse. There might be some good things that they do, but that doesn't necessarily make you 100% on board with somebody or register you in that particular party, because each party is going to have something that's very attractive. But there's got to be something in the middle that's more common sense behavior. You know what I mean? Like there is shades of gray. It isn't black and white, like you had said earlier. And I think that the need for a third party, hell, bring in more. Who gives a shit? Bring in as many as you want to, and we'll see what it looks like. Because in the end, that's going to take the temperature of the country. Whoever gets voted in will be your temperature. And they don't want competition. They don't want to split the ballot. You know what? Maybe your asses need to have a split ballot. Maybe you actually need to work and actually show us the quality that we voted you in for to begin with. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on right now and with who we have in office. It's kind of a mess. Everything feels very discombobulated, and
He couldn't
um,
find the fucking podium, Squirrel.
I know. I don't
Did you
think he
see
can
that?
find words either. Like, yeah, God,
He was on a
yeah.
live thing and his wife had to go, "Oh, Joe's being so crazy. Look at him." But the motherfucker walked past the podium. Congratulations on voting for that. A lot of great comments here. We have
Oh, good night to DJ H. He says you guys have been getting the middle of the bird. Anyway, LOL. Sorry, had to go. Got a toothache. Oh, I hope you feel better, DJ H.
hope you feel better. Thank you for gracing in us. And thank you, Senate, for sticking with me. Yeah, you guys know I don't get really political on this channel, but it's very true. And I invited a guest on, Squirrel.
Mm,
Jenny Godden
Jenny.
wanted
Hey,
to rant. First time in the Phantom Zone. Welcome, Jenny. How are you?
I'm alright. You?
I stay angry.
Oh,
Um,
well,
so you wanted to give us a rant. What are your feelings from the our next door neighbors?
oh God. Canada has pissed me off for so long because did LGBTQ people have rights to get married? Sure. But
Mhm.
were they saw as people until this year? No.
What? What?
Yeah.
What?
Wow.
Whoa. So, okay, I guess the magic question is okay, why the fuck? Why now? Like, why did it take, I don't know how to say that. Like, why did it take that? I don't know. I mean, what's the proper question? Why did it take so long? Or how did it finally come to this?
Well, I guess they finally realized it was fucked up to say, oh, we can fix them, quote unquote.
Wow.
Oh, and here's the thing. I take this very personally. I know you've seen my streams, Jenny. But my mom's gay, uh, and found that out at a young age. But I've never had an issue with it. But recently it's become obnoxious with people who not from the gay community. We've seen a lot with Hollywood, love sporting that, including that all in the inclusion banner. But yeah, these are the fights that you don't hear about, and it's mind-boggling, right? Because they're going to tote the credit for this, but how long has it been before you give people fucking right? And this is what I'm talking about, like, especially in the political sphere. I've come to realize every side is fucking shitty.
Yeah.
It's just which shit you want to wade through.
Well, another thing I think about when it comes to all this stuff is, like, I think they started realizing what they're doing is messed up when they were called out on their BS when the dead bodies of the native people were found.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
That was
God.
So I think
It
it took
feels like that's
that.
going to forever go on. Honestly, it feels like it. Like I feel like they're going to continue to find more and more bodies.
Yeah.
Can we be happy about the Native American representation finally? Shout out to Yellowstone and the new season of Dexter. And I don't give a fuck what people say. Native Americans are grossly underrated, or not underrated, underrepresented. There
There
we
you
go.
go.
Underrepresented, and they have a right to bitch, and they're one of the few communities I don't hear on this pity party. Of why isn't my culture being represented? And they've had some shitty fucking, they still have shit going on to them, which is why when I see that representation in particular, I point it out, because yeah, they got fucked over too, and everyone seems to glaze over that one.
That's true, Senate. It would have been another, I don't know, another race. Spooky. Hey,
Welcome
Big
back, Big
Rich.
Rich. We have
I just
another guest on here.
I'm not ignoring you. Just exiting. I mean, I thought about doing it, but I was like, nah, I'm not going to do y'all like that. No, I actually dealing with a work related outage that I have to keep checking on and jumping on. So I'm working at the same time, but I'm here. Carry on.
Yeah, I'll check out this Bailey's. I get so many great channels to check out. But yeah, we're very centric here in the Phantom Zone, because I've come to realize, and I've, like I said, I've had a lot of arguments with Father Zod over this topic. Is why, in particular, we never talked politics, especially on my channel, because I've become very centric in my views, because I've come to realize that there are two different sides, and the problem we have is everyone taking a narrow, dogmatic view one way or the other. And it doesn't help in tackling what the actual issue is. It helps the fucking politicians ignore the issue, right? They run on that platform. We're going to change this and change this. Let me just challenge anyone here in the chat. Go as far back as you want to. When has a politician done half of the shit on their list? Go ahead. If you can bring up anybody who's actually completed their list, congratulations. Because I don't think there's a person out there who's done it. I mean, I can't vouch for George Washington or forefathers. I'm pretty sure they didn't get to everything. But historically, you can look back. There's a bunch of promises, and you'll see a good president. You'll see about 30% of that list completed, and standard president probably 20 to 10% of what they say they're going to do completed. Jenny Davis says, at Mr. Zod's Phantom Zone, you need to give PB a rant, because he doesn't see the marginalized Native North American nation.
I'll help with that. I will help him with that. Absolutely.
Good luck.
Absolutely, Oprah. Oh, I can do it. I can absolutely do it from experience. Absolutely. Absolutely. From experience, I can say that marginalization, all kinds of goodies. I got goodies. It's good. Don't worry. I will roll that out. Absolutely. Janie, if you come, I don't know if you're streaming tomorrow again, correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
will be streaming tomorrow again
And
because
PB?
there's articles that we never got to because we got into this great topic with our other guest here. So, what else? I'm curious why I got you here. What else? How does Canada's system like run? I've been curious. Like, how are they affording this free healthcare thing? Like, how are they running this?
Well, the free healthcare thing is run by taking money from people's taxes and basically paying it off by that.
Mm.
So, does that increase your guys' tax rate, or does it increase the percentage of taxes being taken out?
We have pretty high tax rates already
Oh boy.
alone. So, and it's basically because of that. Um, uh, do we now? That's only for like just getting to see a doctor, getting surgery, getting scans, and getting medication. But dental, no, we have to pay through the nose for that on that one.
Oh, so do you think that they charge higher more on one end to
Oh yeah,
compensate for the other?
yeah, most definitely.
See, and I've been saying that. Thank you. You've proved the theory. Fuck you, everyone who argued with me about the US doing this. I said there is always money doesn't just magically fucking appear. Like, people have all these grand ideas, and I always say, where the fuck are you getting the money from? Because it doesn't just fucking materialize, right? If you spend more in one area, you have to compensate in another, right? So it makes complete sense that, okay, we're going to help you with the healthcare, but now you've got to pay out of your ass in dental. That
Yeah.
definitely sheds a light on a lot of what I've argued and I've said. What would the US do to
Mhm.
compensate for this grand plan of free healthcare? Jesus Christ. And we fuck up everything. So God only knows what we'd fucking do for our compensation if we ever put this crazy fucking notion into.
The
And don't get me
UK,
wrong.
it says, TJ says the UK, our tax is 12%.
Fucking Christ, 12%.
It's 13% here.
There you go.
Jesus.
Good Lord.
So I mean, with the way these fucking imbeciles run the country, could you guys imagine, Rich and Squirrel, what that would be like for compensating on both ends of this? Holy fuck.
Oh, they would have a field day taxing the hell out of us. Like, I can only, getting that 13% in Canada. And I'll say this, even though they have to pay high taxes, I'll always respect Canada because Bret the Hitman Hart was one of my favorite wrestlers. So I'm gonna leave that. But no, they would take you honestly, if they tried that out, they would take every advantage they could to say, hey, you get free healthcare, but we're gonna do this, this, and this in
Right.
order for you to get it. So yeah, they would look at it as just another way to take advantage of everyone out here.
Yeah, it would I could totally see it platformed and marginalized. They've already been doing it with playing and toying with the idea, but they know the fucking people would never stand for it. And wow, so like, Jenny, you get great. Well, I don't know exactly what the healthcare is like, but you have the coverage, but your teeth could be fucked up.
Well,
Oh wow.
I did have to pay through the nose to get my teeth fixed because they were fucked up when I was born.
Oh fuck, man, that sucks. That is sucky. So
Yeah, well, the way my teeth were is like all crooked, and then like my back molars and all that was like what they called it was kissing.
well,
So
Okay.
like they were growing in on the side.
Oh,
oh,
ow.
Oh wow.
oh,
So they ripped those out, and then
Oof.
I had braces put in to fix all that. And it cost a lot of money to do it. But in my case, because of everything that I had to deal with as a kid, the hospital I went to paid for a good percentage of it. Um, Do I know why? No, but am I grateful that they did it? Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, see, these are the issues, and it's sad because we're here on my YouTube channel talking about these issues, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I believe that all 18 people watching, and us here on the panel could probably come up with something comprehensive, way better than any fucking clown that's in office right now. It would be probably a matter of adjusting and tweaking certain things. I
Yep.
believe it's 100% doable, but see, that's the thing. You don't know who's into what, right? So
Mm-hmm.
swinging things one way seems to be beneficial towards one end. Someone buying into something, kicking into something, and it seems very interesting what's picked as the thing to go on the higher end as opposed to leaving other things not touched. It's very intriguing to me. So I'm very glad to get this perspective because it's very interesting. It raises a lot of questions.
Yeah, well, and another thing is that U.S. could technically do it, right?
Mhm.
If they did the higher taxes and stuff and all that. But also, they could do it if people had insurance for their work, right?
Right.
Mhm.
Insurance could help pay for eye care and and dental, right? That's how we do it in Canada.
The thing that sucks the most in the US is just the cost of services in general are so ridiculously high. My question is how much they would need to increase the taxes, or would they have to drive down the cost of the healthcare system first to kind of like level it out with tax, you know what I'm saying? Balancing it out with cost of living and also the taxing. And that's the part that's always kind of like, well, how much are we going to necessarily going to be required to pay now that our health, because healthcare here is outrageous expensive
Mm-hmm.
and dental is out of control. Like I'm just, yeah, don't even get me started on dental, but that's the part that I'd be interested to see what kind of game plan they would have to roll out essentially for that to work. You know,
And stealing a famous squirrel line, bingo. We have been dealing with this shit, and I totally do not like healthcare apparatuses in general because of this. How many of these stories and movies do we have about exactly how greedy and corrupt? Because what is healthcare? Healthcare, at the end of the day, is a corporate apparatus
Mm-hmm.
that is in charge of this as far as money and doling out these services, right? And the US's is out of fucking control. Crazy, scumbaggy,
hmm
uh, at some points in certain states, limited to certain groups that are the worst in the fucking world, and with high premiums, uh,
Facts.
high payoffs you have to do. And by the end of the day, between college and fucking healthcare, man, it's the two fucking worst systems that almost feel designed to keep you in fucking debt.
oh yeah.
You
Let
Yeah.
know?
me let me let me tell you something about that real quick. So what pissed me off a lot, made me so angry, was when my mom was going through, chemo and all of that. She was a psychologist. She was a child psychologist, and the company she was working for, um, my mom was actually getting ready to file a lawsuit against her because they made her resign
mm,
while she was sick because they didn't want to continue to pay for her all of her medical, which she was going through while she was battling cancer, and
hmm
they forced her to resign. So what she had to do during that time was she had to be on Cobra
Yep.
and still going through her job. And I was remember I was going up to her job, giving them her payment, and it was like $500 um, each month for her, $600 she had to pay uh, through Cobra and all that, just so she could be okay getting, continuing to get um,
Treatment.
treatments and everything. And that angered me so much. But yeah, she lawyered up. She was getting ready to, after she, got through everything, her plan was to file a lawsuit against her job. Like it was crazy, like how they did her like straight dirty.
Oh
And
yeah.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
comment on this really quick because I was actually in the service. So I'm sorry, TJ. Don't take this personally. I'm going to vehemently defend this point. Um, no, when you hear federal funds, that does not automatically mean military. I could very much point out to you where ships were not repaired. There were vests that were dangerous, helmets that were outdated, radios and comms that barely worked on the fucking base. So federal funds does not necessarily mean military at all. Uh, Federal funds also means federal government, which is not specifically
Paychecks. Yeah, for like,
to
yeah.
military. If you want to go down that road, I'd say more politicians and constituents who get those funds. Uh, Now, this is not to say we weren't taken care of or whatever, but there is a gross misconception that when you hear that the money's going federally, it's going to the military, they're building up. No, that's not true. I was fucking there. Not fucking
Unless it's
true at
like
all.
black budget projects or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
and
the
to
shady
be
stuff, right?
Yeah.
Hi,
to be
Sandy, and also hello to Generation Productions.
hey Sandy, hey GP, and
Hey.
also to and also to be very clear about that, um, I have personally seen requests for things that have needed to be done for fucking years that they didn't do. They will quickly throw the military under the bus because they don't want you to know that federal government here in the US is a broad term, that it also includes the government apparatus itself, and that we as the military have battled for years
And
to
also
get funding.
the funding, right? This federal funding. This is the other thing. Um, the money that they give to other countries, such as Israel, is one of them, and then some of the South American countries. And
Yeah,
that's a
we
big one. That's a huge chunk of money. And I know the military does get a big chunk of money without any question,
oh
but,
yeah, don't
you
get me
know,
wrong, we do get a chunk of money, but it's
yeah,
more of how that's stifled, and like you said, giving fucking money to other countries when we really should be focusing on that money within our own country itself, right?
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Infrastructure bill, that's looking sassy. Oh yeah, I'm feeling the
I
money
mean,
right now.
yeah, the fucking new highways, they're always under construction. You go here around my area, you see roads being
But
worked on
you know what? That
forever.
infrastructure is gonna bring in those toll booths. That's gonna make us all better. I mean, that's gonna
Right.
fix those broken bridges. We're gonna have tolls everywhere.
Right.
Like, so when you think of it, yes, I know there is a large portion that goes to the military, but not as much as you would think. There is. I hate that because I lived it, and it's not as glamorous as you would think. You can even talk to
Oh, the VA.
chiefs.
Go to a VA hospital.
Oh
That's
yeah,
holy shit. Talking about
the
healthcare in the
VA is
government.
fucking atrocious, dude. I don't care. Like if I was shot and bleeding at the moment right now,
Hmm.
I'll just give the arm to the hospital. I'm not gonna. I'm sorry. It's I guess gotten marginally better, but still, it's shitty. And this is supposed to be our care for our soldiers.
So
So
the emergency room in a VA is like a death sentence.
it's really like a hack job.
Oh,
I'm sorry, and
it's
no
true.
offense to people who work there, because I have a good friend who works with them. There's a lot of good volunteer people. Bless them, they
The
try.
fact that
But
they're volunteers, let me just add the underlying highlight of that word. They're volunteering to be there. Those that's the shitty part about the VA. So it's like they don't treat their vets well at all. Okay, in the end. And I don't know. There's no funding in a lot of things that people think that they fund. It's the federal government pockets a lot and moves money around to quote negotiations and treaties. You know,
Yeah, and this other bullshit where we're like, yeah, did we really need to fund this, or we blow shit up as a statement and then we go help rebuild the fucking country, which I've never fucking gotten. And I'd like to reference a couple different wars here, but like some maybe world wars. Didn't notice those countries going out to help the countries they
um,
fucking demolished.
good night to the Senate,
Just
by the way.
saying, this policy of helping to rebuild. Oh God, it's such a murky situation. Because yes, I do think it helps the people be less pissed, but at the same time, as we've seen with the Iraq and Iran war in Afghanistan, we just totally fucked that up.
Good night to the Senate. He's taken off. He has a headache.
Good night, Senate, and we have Sandy, the sassy queen. What do you got? What do you got to
Hey,
say about
Sandy.
that outstanding VA
Sweet
service?
Jesus. Where do I begin with this? So to TJ about the funding of federal funding, I'm a chime in on that one and pick up where Zod left off. And like I said, I second that emotion because let me tell you, as a Navy veteran, trust and beliefs. When you have, I used to be a deckhand. I used to be a deckhand in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, on ferry boats and military tugboats. Now they did away with the military tugboats in Pearl Harbor. They retired them, so they're in the ghost shipyard in the back, in the ghost graveyard, ghost ship graveyard in the back of Fort Island. But anywho, military funding, yeah, good luck with that. It's like trying to pull teeth to get funding because
To get a fucking radio.
you
I don't know
cannot
about you.
imagine how many times we put in requests to have something like if a part goes down on a tugboat. And because see, I also used to be supply clerk. I was a woman
Oh
of
man,
balance
I
in there.
feel for
So
you, Sandy.
when I
I
tell
so
you,
fucking
I
feel for
had to
you.
fill out a 1250 fit, and they turn around and say, "Oh, we don't have the funding for that." I'm like, "What the fuck?" Part that this boat has to have to function. So I hate it when people's like, "Oh, when they do the federal money, the federal funding, it goes to the military." No, the fuck it don't.
Yeah,
That's a big
I can-
misconception here in the States,
No, the
too.
fuck it don't. Because you got some soldiers that gotta, they supposed to get a clothing allowance for their uniforms. They're not supposed to pay out of pocket for their uniforms point blank. That puts in, they put that goes automatically into our account when they deposit our check. But when the greedy people in DC, that you want to know where, I'm gonna tell you where that federal funding is going to. In their pockets.
Yep,
Yeah.
They give themselves $600,000, $900,000 raises. Oh, don't get me started on the VA.
I just wanted to say, TJ, a work in progress. Thank you. Says sorry. I know the situation on the ground, but the U.S. has huge compared to most countries. So compared to the U.K., you spend more on military than others. And TJ, we are just educating you as people who have actually fucking lived it.
Yeah.
I've even been in the special operations
Let me
end.
break this.
Even Spec Ops isn't funded by legal federal funds, hence the
Wink,
word
nudge,
spec.
nudge.
I can't say much more than that. But let's just say that doesn't even come from fucking federal funding.
Nope, it don't. It don't. But
He'll be back.
here's the thing. We as the US are in everybody else's business but our own. We're so busy trying to take care of other people in other countries than our own. And yes, they treat us military veterans like shit at the VA.
You guys treat us better.
The suicide rate amongst veterans is high. And I'm gonna
It's
tell
not
you,
talked about, Sandy.
it's not
talked about at all.
because one, I just found out a friend of mine who's not even military. Because see, let's talk about mental health, especially the mental health department in the VA.
What mental health department?
especially depression, mental health is so either underdiagnosed, misdiagnosed, or not diagnosed at all. I just found out a civilian friend of mine for 20 years was diagnosed as bipolar type 1. Come to find out he wasn't. So his psychiatrist took him off the medication. Oh, let me tell you, VA don't give two shits about us. Because you know how many, when I first moved here to Vegas, my first primary care doctor, the very first introduction appointment, it's like, and he didn't want to be there. Now, for his culture, I was shocked because normally he was Indian. For his culture, because I've had primary cares who were his cultures. He was the first one that I've ever come across that didn't care about his fucking job. Like, he didn't want to be here. I'm like, you the one that went to 12 years of medical school, because it's 12 years to get a medical degree to become a doctor. And you're sitting here, they want to pump us up with medication and not.
Yeah, they want to give out fucking pills.
Really, they don't want to diagnose the problem. Because let me break this down. I'm telling people, I'm telling my doctors, I know my body.
Right.
So 5 years ago, because I'm 47, I'm at the age where I'm supposed to be going into menopause. And I'm the type of person that, like, at the time, 5 years ago, I told the OBGYN, I'm like, can we speed this process up? Because I don't want to be 50 or 60 having motherfucking hot flashes. Let's go ahead and get this done over and done with while I'm in the 40s. So in order for that, and then plus irregular cycles. So in order for that, they put me on the IUD. Now, when I had the IUD put in, they told me 5 years. Your body's going to let you know when it's time to switch it out.
Right.
Now, this year, all of a sudden, we can expand it to 7 years. I'm like, for some women, you may be able to expand it for 7 years. Some women, you're going to have to replace it in 5 years.
Yep. That's the women's health care right there.
Davis, especially Black women, are the most ignored.
Yep.
As a white man in this society, never mind.
But here's another thing about the VA. It's so fucked up. I served 6 years. I didn't retire. Do you know I find it very interesting. I don't have to pay for health care, but I got to come out of motherfucking pocket for dental.
Yeah. See, that shit I'll never understand.
The only way you don't come out of pocket if you are dental, is if you're retired or 100% service connected disabled. I'm only 30%. They're still doing in the process of the decision making to increase my service connected, because I've been 30% for so many years. So I'm trying to increase it. So yeah, or like if you're homeless, and if you're homeless or in the homeless program or a transitional program, the VA dental is only limited on what they can do.
And don't even get me started on the homeless, because I dealt with that just the other day with a homeless vet who was he clearly had a head injury. I could see the left side of him. He had a scar. And he was connecting modern events with shit he's obviously done, because we struck up a pose. Like, people were scared of this man because he was, in the middle of the mall and getting kind of loud with everyone. And I don't know how, I just instinctively kind of figured there was something going on. And I talked with him, chatted with him like a friend. I got him out of there, thankfully. And hopefully, my God, I hope he made it back okay. But don't even get me started that he had someone who was supposed to be watching over him, his fucking daughter, dropped him off at the mall, fucking left him there.
Oh, God.
Yeah, because I'm like,
This is the shit.
because some as a veteran from the '90s and early 2000s. Now I'm starting to see how the Vietnam vets feel, because they were spat on when they got home.
Yeah.
We to be honest
They
with
were
you,
spat
we
on.
got it way
They
better than they did. I sat on a
exactly.
train going from Virginia to back to New York to visit a friend of mine, and I talked to this Vietnam vet. The shit he told me, Sandy, out of respect for him, I don't like going into those stories, but my God, like the shit this man went through, and it made me look at my situation and go, holy fuck, what do I
Yeah.
have to complain about? Because to be
Right.
honest,
Then you should see. Okay, so about that, because a lot of people don't understand, and I'm still trying to figure out why the fuck we went over to Vietnam any damn way. Because
Right.
when I was getting my associate's degree in criminal justice, which I have it, we have an ethics class, and my instructor made us, for a homework assignment, made us watch. Go watch the. It's on YouTube. You can find it on YouTube. The Melee or Malay Hay massacre. That was in the Vietnam. Now, what happened was the helicopter pilot and a war journalist or wartime journalist. Let's just say they went against the orders. If you ever get a chance, watch it, because that'll explain to you the shit that some of these guys went through.
oh, and it broke
Because
them.
and a matter of fact, at the end of it all, they only threw one soldier under the bus. Had to pay the price
That's
for disobeying orders.
And
had the photographer not caught what he caught over there in Vietnam, we would have never known about the Malay massacres.
It's a lot of things. There's a couple of things too. I can't talk about it, but there's a couple of things I've personally seen, where it's situations where people would be amazed. Like, we're in conflicts you guys don't even fucking know about.
Exactly.
You don't have a fucking clue
My dad,
where we are.
My dad was a submariner. So in his shatter box, he couldn't put all the subs he was on. He could only put the boomer subs. He couldn't put the fast attack subs in his shatter box, because if he put that, you're going to know exactly where he was, and you're not supposed to know where he was located when he was on a fast attack sub. So he was only able to put the ships in the shore duty, and the boomer subs in a shatter box.
I don't know if you know, but I was on in VBSS, and during the thing with the Somalian pirates, and most people don't know, we were sitting there patrolling those fucking waters. Like, there's a lot of things, and it pisses me off too, because it's like there's a lot of other things that we're into, but they'll never make the highlights. They won't ever be talked about. It won't ever be discussed till years later, and then you're going, well, holy shit, they were here, they were there. And it's why it astonishes me. And I've said it all the time. You said it earlier, Sandy. It astonishes me that
why we're in by everybody else's business, worried about everybody, whatever else in their country, and they can't take care of their own.
Yeah, and you would be surprised. And what astonishes me is the fact that it feels like our own government treated us like shit, and we got love from the civilians coming back, because it's a sense of very disrespectful. Like, oh, okay, you've done what you've supposed to do. Now move the fuck on.
Back civilians was spitting on them, getting off the plane, coming off the bus. Don't get me started on the black soldier shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm like, everybody's like, it's like, I don't like to put the race in it, but shit, even the, it was even,
It's true though.
It was even rougher for those of us of color.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm like
yeah,
I'm like, jeez.
yeah.
But I tell you, I'm like, that's just like, when I heard what Texas was attempting to do, bless their hearts, they trying it. But that's against the constitutional right. To tell a woman what she can and cannot do with her body, I'm sorry. You don't have that same energy. What about these foster kids? Because a lot of these foster kids that are in the system now are products of people not, if they don't want to terminate if they didn't terminate the pregnancy.
Yeah, I mean, and
like,
when we were talking about that earlier, Sandy, that's why I've said being in the service helped me, because it made me realize that not everything is a black and white yes or no answer. It's in the middle. There's a section that the left, the right, no matter the parties don't focus on, and they don't want to, right? As I said a couple of times in the show, it's not sexy enough, right, to be in the middle. It's more to be angry and be like, this is complete bullshit. No, you're wrong. You're killing kids, blah, blah, blah. But there's no one saying, hey guys, hey, what about this, and this issue, right? You don't got that guy, because nobody wants that guy to say anything, because then it has people look at that angle, right? Like, maybe it's not a simple.
Pearl Harbor. I can tell you a whole lot about Pearl Harbor. I was stationed at that naval station.
Yeah, speaking of which, Planet News Queen said before Pearl Harbor, we were sending over troops to help the UK and France at Mr. Zod's Phantom Zone, even Denmark and Norway. And let me say something about World War II. Respect the hell out of the troops and everything they did. But if you look at that historically, we invited Japan to attack us because we were doing the bullshit.
We were instigating.
We were instigating. We were like kids.
When they decided to poke the bear.
Yeah, and then they poked at us.
Even though they instigated, we should have just ignored a little dumb instigation and kept our asses out, because we.
Well, see, that's where I go full America and I say, no, we should have bombed the shit out of them. But that's a topic for another day.
Let me break it down with Pearl Harbor, and that could have been prevented.
Yes, it could have. They knew it was coming.
100%.
They knew it was coming. Let me break it down to you. The movie Pearl Harbor that Ben Affleck was on, and it actually premiered on the ship that I was on, the USS John C. Stennis, in May 2001. CVN 74. They had the movie premiere on my ship. Yay! It could pretty much, the movie Pearl Harbor was pretty much accurate, with minus the love story, but they knew about it. They could have stopped it, but they didn't. So they said they needed a reason to go bomb Japan. Because let me break it down. They built 5 atom bombs. They only dropped 2 in Japan. Now, if Japan kept on poking, guess what would have happened?
They had them ready.
They would have probably dropped all 5. They only dropped 2. 3 are still. They inactivated 3.
My Squirrel, like on my channel, I talk about her, but she was on Tinian, and she was working at the Marine Hospital there, and she saw them bring the bombs in. It was more than 2 flatbeds, and she told me, she was like, oh yeah, there were plenty of bombs to go around.
Well, bombs, but I'm talking about atom bombs.
That's what I'm talking about as well. Yeah. She saw a fat man and little boy come in. She also saw the other ones because they came in at night and they were under heavy guard. Hard not to miss that when she worked a night shift.
Yeah, it's kind of hard not to miss it, because my dad broke down on how that lovely atom bomb works with. It's a little nucleus the size of a pea, could go into that one bomb and completely destroy. Like I said, had Japan kept poking, you wouldn't have had Japan. Japan wouldn't have existed today.
Yeah,
if we'd have dropped one more bomb on them, if we'd have dropped 3 bombs, Japan would not have existed. Would not be here today.
And here's the thing, to be perfectly honest with you, I'm a martial artist. I fucking love the Japanese culture, but
I love the Japanese culture as well. But
you know, but
Right?
they're stubborn and they don't give up, they don't surrender. That's not that's not in their blood. So
they will die before they surrender.
Yeah, so for them to back off, that kind of lets you know how really fucking dangerous it is, and that's why swinging it back around, because I do have to start wrapping things up, especially because I'm doing another show and I'm getting up early. But swinging it back around to everything, Alec Baldwin, Amber Heard, all of this shit we've been talking about. If no one takes nothing away from tonight, it's fucking accountability.
Exactly.
The big problem we have in the world today. And
let us not forget the Astro World, Travis Scott, because he did an interview with Charlamagne God, and he was sitting up there bullshit. I'm like, dude, the fuck you didn't? You stopped the concert several times. You didn't see I didn't know people were injured. Duh. Were you blind? You couldn't see the fucking ambulances? But I digress.
Yeah,
you're gonna take accountable. You're accountable for that.
Exactly.
The fact that previous concerts you've been arrested for inciting riot. I didn't know, but your baby mama. There's video footage of her off from her phone of her looking into the crowd, and you see the ambulance. But you don't want to take accountability for bullshit. I digress with these dumbass people.
and that's really the main
Make accountable for your shit. We probably won't be so mad.
That's the whole point of the stream for tonight, especially with Alec Baldwin and all of this. It's taking accountability. It's a bigger problem that's really grown out of control. And people, no matter who they are, need to be held to a standard. All you fucking idiots who argue with me on YouTube, look, I don't got time. I'm not going to indulge in any more of these fucking futile arguments, because at the end of the day, my whole point, and hopefully we've cleared this up with covering this much, is you have to I don't give a shit who you are and what your politics are. I care about the fact of keeping societal civil laws and things like that intact. There needs to be some kind of order and systems in place. And if we let those break down, and if people, because of status, are not held to the same accountability as, say, me or Squirrel or Jenny or Big Rich or Sandy, if we're not all treated on an equal level, then you might as well fucking let people do whatever the fuck they want. Should go ahead and start robbing shit and causing anarchy. Because why? We're going to hold this person accountable, but not this person. It's bullshit, and it's why I get pissed off. So don't get this wrong. I don't have personal grudges about these people I bring up tonight, about the topics I talk about. I want to highlight the fact that there should be equal treatment across the board. It should be equal justice. It should be the law being followed. When you don't follow it down, then there is nothing to hold people to equal standards. And that's dangerous, and it could lead to bigger issues, and it is. So hopefully people got something out of it tonight. I'm going to go down the panel with my guests. We will be live tomorrow, but let's start with Christmas Squirrel. Christmas Squirrel, what do you got going on?
Oh, shit. I'll probably be around tomorrow night. That's about it. And this week I don't know. I have to take care of some pre-Christmas stuff with the small squirrels because I got testing. Yay. And have to put out a couple of fires, mostly stress. You know what I mean? They teach the fucking test. That's school. Welcome to schooling in America. But anyway, not anything really going out this week. I'll probably be on tomorrow night's show. I know Big Rich and I are probably going to try to do something hopefully before Christmas. So I think he's working. God bless. But other than that, yeah, I'm just chilling. I'm just trying to kind of catch up on stuff. And yeah, Mazel Tov. Moving on.
No, I'm here.
Oh, he's here. Okay.
He's here. Okay. And of course, a Canadian surprise. soon to not be a Canadian surprise, but somebody who I stole from Planet Q's Queen. Go check out Planet Q's Queen show. We had the lovely Jenny Godden on here, enlightening us with very interesting facts about the stellar treatment in Canada. Jenny, do you got anything going on? You got a channel? Someone was asking me, do you have a channel?
I don't. I hop on Shalana's channel, Panic Q. I hop on Tiffany Daniels' channel. That's about it. I don't really do my own channel stuff. I tried it once years ago. Didn't like it, so I just hop on.
Well, we appreciate you, and yes, Planet Q's Queen, I did steal your co-host. I will give you mine if you want that if you want. No, you can't have them permanently. It's weird not having PB yell at me. I'm sure
Pimping
in
out
spirit,
PB.
PB in spirit is stirred in his slumber. Like that son of a bitch is saying something stupid. I just know it. And of course, the person I always con into these streams, he totally does not volunteer. I have not acquired him. He is pretty much held against his will. Big Rich, Eddie SOSs you want to send out or anything like that?
SOS.
Blink
Yeah,
twice if you need help.
Yeah, the only reason why I hop on here is because Squirrel got some dirt on me, so I gotta
Oh Lord.
I was trying to
I gotta
blackmail
be
you
nice.
here now, huh,
She
Big Rig?
she
That's
got some.
code. I have nothing.
Yeah, I can't allow her to expose me. Um,
I have nothing.
nah, I've been shopping. I'm glad I'm about done with all this stupid shopping. Um, I don't have anything going on. Like I said, like Squirrel said, me and her are gonna do a stream and talk about Zod the whole time. Just clown the shit out of him.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Um,
I will tune into that because I'm narcissistic.
no, you're not allowed. You're not allowed to join in on that. But
My raccoons know all.
nah, not. I think the next thing will be the stream with Squirrel. Um, until I get a break from being sports dad, that's pretty much the deal.
So you
Don't
done with
expect
your
me. Don't
Christmas
expect me to
shopping
hop on here
with
tomorrow night because I
the
ain't.
daughters there, Big Rich?
What's up?
You done with the Christmas shopping with the daughters?
Oh, I'm just about done. I cried looking at my bank account earlier, so
That's where he was. He had to leave earlier so he could have a good cry.
yeah. No, I'm just about done. But no, I'll be back streaming. Once sports season kind of dies down for my girls. But yeah, be on the lookout for me and Squirrel teaming up, talking about everybody.
Yep.
I look
Yeah.
forward to being in some of
Especially
those
Zod.
conversations.
The main focus will be Zod, but we'll talk about everybody too.
he'll be on another channel. Okay, let's talk about this motherfucker.
Yeah,
Oh, and
that's how we're gonna start it off too.
so what about this Dodd guy? You're like, oh, that motherfucker, and that's
Let me
what's hot
tell
in the
you how I
streets.
really feel about him, because I've been holding this in for a while.
Internalized rage just explodes like La Plama, but it'll be like Big Rich.
You know what he said about Black Panther? Let me get started on that.
You're gonna fuck up that man. See, this is what you did, Zod. You stirred it. You stirred it.
Hey, I'm a fucking villain. Sandy.
Hey, well, the last time I was on here, I didn't have this lovely little chair. I got a new chair.
Yeah.
Well, I'm having. Well, for me, I'm having me a splendid, wonderful Christmas for myself, and making sure my mom got straight. I think she just utilized her Christmas gift because I sent it early because I wasn't gonna wait to hit ship. So yeah, I got her an air fryer. She wanted an air fryer, so I got her that. Got my friends, a friend of mine, I call her my sister. I got her a camera. I ended up not only buying a camera for her, I also bought a camera for me.
Nice.
And so I'm waiting for my lighting and my background. So I got a new camera. waiting I ordered some lighting in the green screen background. So next year is the year of the tiger. That's my Chinese zodiac. I'm gonna be doing some videos.
Cool.
This
Good
year
to see you.
was I'm incognito in in the comments. I'll pop in here and there. I was taking a little hiatus because the social media, the craziness of this world is excuse me if I keep looking over here because I have a ring doorbell cam and a stick up cam, so I'm looking at this dude sitting on the freaking stairs smoking a cigarette, but the foot traffic coming from that apartment is suspect, but I digress. But yeah, next year is the year of the tiger. It's my year to be prosperous and lucky. So I'll be getting on the ball with the reaction videos and my 2 cents, my point of view videos about everyday life, the craziness that's going on in this world.
So yeah, we'll definitely be keeping an eye on the channel, and Phantom Zone will show the Sandy sassy queen some love. We appreciate having you over here. Thank you everybody for watching. Please check out my previous video, which was on Dexter. Did a comprehensive breakdown. Had very special guest Darth Hester, or formerly known as. He's changing his name up. I can relate to that. And we had a great breakdown. We did the first 5 episodes, and we will be breaking down the last 5 as soon as they all premiere, because one at a time sucks. You guys have no clue how hard it is making single videos for just one episode. I don't fucking do it anymore. It is a big old pain in the ass. So I'd rather just hit things. Either I do the first episode and then I do the last, like a series review, or I do like episodes that really catch me. But I won't do them episode by episode. It's just too fucking much with copyright infringement and all this other bullshit going on YouTube. It's becoming fucking impossible to even react to anything. So I scaled that down. People were asking about the Scientology thing. Squirrel, got to get up with you about that sometime. We got to do a squirrel rant on this as part of the exposing the extremes of these. I'm also talking to Keely Talks about hitting the psychic end and talking about both ends of that, the scammers and the way that they give the legitimate practice a bad name. I'll also be talking about faith as well, faith healers, churches in general using it as a way to propagate money. I'm going to be diving into all of that because it is my way.
When you do that about when you start talking about the churches, because I have my rant on that one as well.
I'll give you a DM.
Please keep me updated via Twitter on that one, because I can sit here and talk about the church.
Because I also have Justin is going to come on for that one because he's an atheist. So I think that would be a very interesting conversation. I like to get all angles. So I'm Christian. Just get that whole dynamic of not just going after one side, but like I did with Nexium, I want to talk about the way that these different religions and groups take advantage of people because they create victims and abusers. Nexium did that. And I really want to highlight that. These different apparatus has been doing that. I think it's stuff that goes under the radar. I think a lot of people get paid off, and it's things that should be attached. I remember I talked about this, and Squirrel, you find this funny. Momzad said, be careful, because some of the groups I'm talking about is it's touchy thing. But here's the thing. If no one speaks up on this shit, nothing gets brought to light. And I after I got done with Nexium, there was a lot of people who commented and thank you for it. Some new people I haven't seen who said, wow, I didn't even know about this. Didn't even fucking know. And it was a sex ring that nobody knew about. And I think that it's very important, as with everything I talk about. If we don't talk about it, if we don't get this out there, then people don't have the tools in case you're indoctrinated, let's be real, to some of these things that are cult-like. And the scary part is, Cyber brought this up to me the other day. These things are popping up like crazy, and
Yeah, they
people
are.
don't even realize till it's too late that
They
you're in a
even got
fucking
this
cult.
one. So they even got this one on TikTok. This one LBGT. I'm not adding the extra letters. I'm old school. LBGT. Y'all fit it underneath the rainbow. They got this one LBGT cult where, I mean, this I forgot what, daddy something. It's a black female stud. I mean, to the point to what this, it's gotten so bad. This cult gotten so bad to they even got these women harming themselves. I'm like, the fuck is going on? I know, yes, I have a mental disability. I suffer from major depressive disorder, but I'm not going to be that. I'm not, thank you, Jesus. I am not that far gone to let somebody to convince me to start cutting myself or
Right.
self-harming myself. The fuck I look like. No, no. It's the sex cults, these cults, religious, radical. I call them radical religious cults because I actually ended an 18-year friendship because of that. Because she was studying Judaism. I'm like, and she decided she wanted. My dad passed, and when my dad passed in 2010, he had a defibrillator in his heart. So she had came out her mouth sideways talking about the book of Revelations, the mark of the beast, because you're not supposed to have metal in your body. I'm like, look here. I don't know. And it doesn't help that she's 100% service connected with schizophrenia to the point to where the VA controls her money. They got conservatorship over her. I told her, I'm like, look, I don't know if it's the schizophrenia talking, or it's this radical religious group you done join. But bless your heart, first and foremost, what we not gonna do is disrespect the dead. And people like, how can you? I'm like, y'all know each other. I'm like, yeah, granted, we all know each other for almost 20 years. But what you're not gonna do is speak ill of the dead.
Yep, I 100% agree. And that's
so these cults are something else. Woo.
Yeah, and that's what I want to highlight on this, because I think it's a lot of people talk about the different abuses, and everyone on their channel has something that they do to cover that. And I thought, this is a very low key thing that people should be made aware of. It's becoming an epidemic, and it's something that's not being addressed very well. So we're going to cover all that. Thank you, everybody, for watching.
Sensitive to talk about faith and religion. Oh no, we don't want to. I don't care.
It'll be spicy. I think that's going to be my spiciest one.
Keep me up to date, because I want to be on that panel when we talk about. Because I could, we gonna have to start this. That's gonna have to start early, because I could go all day talking.
Yeah, I do those at about 1 o'clock, so we'll have plenty of time.
I will pinpoint the discrepancies of said books and what myth books are missing. Oh, I could do this all day. I got my rent ready.
So you keep that warm. Everybody have a wonderful night. Great to have you on. Remember, here in the Phantom Zone, there is only one rule: kneel before my trash pandas.
Yeah.